Welcome cricket fans to night number 5 here in central Belgium. This is the European Cricket Series at Night, Belgium edition 2025. It's great to be back here, first time in 3 years, and we're about to start the action. 2 games coming your way tonight, match 10 and 11. Why don't we get started because the action is ready to go, so let's get into it.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
So welcome everybody to Peacock Friday. I've done my best to try to get the Peacock action happening and I hope you have as well. It's not bad, hey? The threads are not bad. So I want to see what you guys have got out there in TV land. What are you wearing today? Because it's Peacock Friday, you've got to wear the right gear, hey? So what's happening today? It is going to be night number 5, as I said before, and we are going to get into those matches very shortly. It is going to be Royal Brussels taking on 12 Stars, the hosts here. Royal Brussels had a bit of a tough run on Wednesday night. They came up against a very fired up Belgium team. Didn't get a win, but they picked up a couple of bonus points. They're now back tonight to see if they can get some points on Friday night action under lights here. Let's see what happens because we're going to go to the coin toss. It's going to be Shub Anand, our tournament referee, with the captains. Shub, take it away.
Royal Brussels to call. Head is the call. And tail is a... We are going to bat. 12 Stars won the toss and elected to bat first.
Well, there you have it. Immediately, no hesitation, 12-star skipper there turns around and says, I want to have a bat first. Probably a good move, I would say, too. It's Phil G here for the European Cricket Network for this Friday night action under lights. It's night number 5 coming up soon. I always call it day 5 because the sun's still shining. It's still looking very bright out there. Let's have a look and see what happened last night. We had 3 games yesterday. It was Labor Day here, public holiday. So we had 3 games. Match 7, Hasselt took on Antwerp and got a big win by 30 runs. Despite the fact that Antwerp made a really good fist of the run chase, they couldn't quite get there in the end. Just lacked a really good partnership just to get them over the line. In the second match yesterday, Antwerp, they were put into bat and they got 153 for 5, a really good score there. Bernam Niaz getting a 63. 12 Stars really struggled in their overs, amassing 116, almost getting bowled out as well. They fell well short of the target. Then it was the next match, and 12 Stars came back, and that one they batted first then. They got 108 on the board, obviously a below par score, but they bowled and fielded exceptionally well, and they put the Brussels Warriors to the sword, and they got a good win by 24 runs there, including a good hat-trick there to skipper Ravi Tapial. So well done to him. Almost missed the hat-trick too because he got 2 wickets on the last 2 balls of his first over. Then he got a wicket on the first ball of his next over. Almost missed that one. So the standings tell us this: 12 Stars, they've pushed themselves up into equal second place, just dropping down a third due to net run rate. Royal Brussels, as I said during the intro, haven't picked up a win yet, but they've got 2 bonus points from their matches against Belgium. That was on Wednesday night. So they're going to be looking to rectify that. If they can pick up a win here, then they get up to 5 points at least, alongside Brussels Warriors and Antwerp. If they can pick up both wins tonight, maybe even get a bonus point as well. Who knows? It's going to be interesting tonight, see how we go here. Let's have a look at the fantasy dashboard. A couple of changes for both teams there. There are 3 ins for the Royal Brussels, and they have got a couple of new faces as well. So we've got Tani Gianni, he's coming into the side, and we've also got Shakarai Sefat, he's coming in as well. First time we're going to see those two. Mohammed Afzal Safi, he gets to come back in, the wicket keeper. He's been away with other duties, so he gets his chance to shine. For 12 Stars Hofstadter, not too much of a change there, but Sazad Hossein comes back in. That's good. That'll strengthen the batting for them. And if you have a look at that, well, 50-50. Even the computer can't split these 2 teams, and that means we're going to have a really good match. Well, hopefully that prophesizes that we'll have a really good match. I don't know if we can talk about computers prophesizing because that just seems really strange, but there it is in front of you. Just a reminder as well that there is a final going on in Malta. The Spring Series last match, the final is in play right now, and I'll try to keep you updated on what's happening there. I suspect that a lot of you watching the start of this match may have a split screen at the moment, maybe keeping an eye on the final, where Rico and Tina are doing the job. They've had a good week too, so hats off to them for absolutely smashing it this week. Well done, you two. And looking forward to getting a chance, hopefully, to work with both of you later in the year. Who knows? Who knows? We'll see. Fingers crossed. Anyway, let's get back to this game. The players are out there. 12 Stars, they won the toss and they said they want to bat first. There was no hesitation there. Immediately said, yep, come on, we want to do this. We want to do exactly what we did yesterday in that last match where they came out, put a score on the board, and they defended it well. Interesting to note, they also won the toss for the second game, and they elected to field first. And they allowed Antwerp 153 runs to get on the board, and they couldn't chase that down. So lessons been learnt, and I think this is a good move, winning the toss. Well, technically, they won the toss, but yeah, it was more that the Brussels team, Royal Brussels, they lost the toss, which gave the edge to 12 Stars. So we're just getting set here now. Good conditions there. It's been a bit of a warm day again today. There will be a little bit of a cool change coming in tomorrow at some stage, so things will be changing going ahead. But today we've still got a good sunshine, good bit of warmth here. Nice breeze coming across the game. Conditions are actually really quite nice, to be honest. So it is going to be Shakarai Sefat who starts us off. Hits it across the line. Quick single. It's all happening already out there. And things are already kicking off here. So that's good to see in this match 10. Royal Brussels taking on 12 Stars Hofstadter, who are the hosts here, of course. Made a little bit of a deal about the fact that they are our hosts. They've done a terrific job for us. They've been looking after us and getting this venue looking primed and ready every single day. There has been domestic competition going on here as well while we've been doing the evening. During the day, earlier in the day, there's been a few matches here and there. They've got the T10 domestic competition going on. The ground's looking pretty good for mine. Nice shot hit around the corner. Good bit of work there at square leg to get around to stop that getting past. There is protection deep on the leg side. So, but still already that man there has been very busy. That's Mustafa Mamond out there patrolling that square leg area. It's already a bit to do. See him there in the background. Oh, just gets up in a bit there. That could have easily flown away to point. As it is, a couple of bounces, dribbles on the ground. This pitch has been very well behaved, with the exception of maybe the occasional snorter that just suddenly pitches and really does rise up. Speaking to a couple of the wicket keepers, Rashid from Beveram was telling me he's taken the ball very high up, and it's a bit of a surprise sometimes. That's a bit of a surprise shot too. That's a lovely strike. Actually, it's not a surprise because that is a really, really good shot, and that looks like to me. Is that Ali Raza who's getting things going there? It is indeed. Nice shot. I was drifting onto the pads and put away there backward of square for a boundary. First boundary of the afternoon in this match number 10. This European Cricket Series in Belgium. It's been a great week so far. It's Friday night action under lights here. Don't forget we've got one more match after this one. So double-headed tonight. Both teams going head-to-head so you can get some points here and try to solidify their place in the top 3. Crunched. That's a pretty emphatic statement, that one, and that is out of here. Big Maximo down the ground. So Sefat has been hit pretty hard. He's bowling pretty well. Good bit of fire there. It's been a nice tight over until just those last couple of deliveries. We've had 4 and then a 6. And what else have they got in their bags of tricks, hey? 13 without loss. One more to come in this over. I think umpire just asking the volunteer ball boys with the high-vis jackets just to move around a little bit. They were a bit bunched together, but now they're okay. It's going to race away as well, and that goes for valuable runs. This over started well, but it got very expensive towards the end. Very expensive indeed. Look at this, just flies away, just continues to tease the player chasing after it. It's a very fast outfield here as well. Up and coming events, well today we had 3 locations, and you can actually put a blue highlight through the Friday 2nd of May Czechia, because the women have been playing T20 I's today, Czech women against Cyprus, and congratulations to Cyprus for picking up a couple of very big wins over the Czech girls. And obviously we've got the Spring Series, which is going on down there in Malta. The final is currently moving along quite nicely. Have a quick look at that. Okay, so Southern Crusaders are 64 for 2, chasing 149 for the win. And currently they're not doing too bad, just slightly behind the run rate. So we're in 3 locations today. How about that? We're in Prague. We're here in Zemst in central Belgium, just up the road from the capital. And of course we're in Malta. So how about that? European Cricket Network coming to you from all over the continent, showcasing the best and the finest of these players who are developing along the way and getting better and better every time we come and visit. Don't you just love that? The score is 14 without loss after the first over. It was a nice tight over, and then things got a little bit funny towards the end, and there was a couple of boundaries being hit around. So Razak is going to start the second. Good delivery of that. Just draws a bit of a miss-hit. I'm sure most of the people who will be tuning into the European Cricket Network will probably be tuning into the final over there. The Southern Crusaders taking on Swiki United in the final. And we'll probably get a bit of an influx coming our way in about, what do you think, 20 minutes, maybe half an hour? Yeah, about half an hour actually. That's fine. Good delivery. Batter was just sauntering down. Anup Jain, he sort of just started walking out of his crease, and good bit of adjustment there. It's good away movement too. Razak can get that ball just to slightly get away from the right-hander. Good delivery. Hit hard, swings hard, and it's going to collect the edge and fly away for a couple of bounces. And it's actually gone over the boundary line. I thought it bounced and then went over. Nope, umpire says, Phil, that's gone actually over on the full. Watch this one again. Nice strike. Swing hard on these short boundaries. If you swing hard against somebody with pace, you're probably more often than not, you'll go for a maximo. Case in point right there. I hope you're all having a really good Friday wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to Belgium if it's your first time watching us today. Don't forget we've got another game after this as well. A big double header of Friday night action under lights. Or as a lot of the chat likes to say, it's Phil G after dark. 23 for no loss. That run rate is at 13.8. It's a good start here for the 12 Stars. Looks like they're putting together a good score. Hasn't been any close calls for the batters. And the Royal Brussels, who are the oldest cricket club in the country. Amazing history with that club. They're toiling trying to find this wicket. Batter a little bit upset that wasn't called a wide. And, well, he can be upset, but maybe he needs to step out a little bit and try to get to the line of the ball. Have a look at this again. He's really just planted on the crease there. That's a fine delivery. That's just a good ball. If the batter's not going to use his feet, then the bowler can put it there all day and he'll get a dot every time. It's been mishit just over the head of the umpire. The throw wasn't good on the charge. And unfortunately, the ball sort of didn't come out of the hand properly. That was the skipper, Mohammed Munib, who came charging in there from mid-on. Saw a lovely clipped highlight of Mohammed Munib this morning, affecting a run out from a couple of nights ago. Hit the stumps. That was a lovely bit of work. So let's have a quick look at the standings there. 12 Stars and Royal Brussels, the teams playing for you right here, highlighted on the screen there. So what does a 3-point win or even a 4-point win for both of these teams mean? Well, it does mean a lot. 12 Stars have got the opportunity to even go top of the table. How about that? And for the Royal Brussels, well, they got a chance to push themselves up into the top 3 with a good performance here tonight. Shout there, but umpire unmoved, completely unmoved. Yeah, it's straightened, but unfortunately it was straightened and it was going to go on to pass leg stump for mine. And that is the first wicket down, well taken. Hits it straight to the man in the covers who makes no mistake whatsoever. He has got some bandages on his hand, but obviously he's hurt himself earlier. That was Chani there, I think, who took the very good catch. And that is, well, that is the first wicket down. So 12 Stars lose one of their openers. It is indeed Chani there who takes the catch, come running in there, takes it very comfortably and had to make a bit of ground, takes it very well, holds it and holds it aloft and says, right, that's our breakthrough. So 12 does lose their first. Ranak is gone. He's hit into the covers. Just looked a little bit out of sorts there. Couldn't really get going. Trying to elevate here. Unfortunately, there was no elevation enough to get over the infield and couldn't place it to the side either. So that's going to bring Hossan in to bat now. Back into the side is Sazad. See if he can make the most of his opportunity here with Ali Raza, who's always looking like a dangerous batter. Every time I see him here in this competition, he's always looking dangerous. So if these two can get fired up, then 12 Stars will be looking to post a pretty big score. Wicketkeeper recovered well there. No chance of trying to sneak a run. This run rate now is pushed down below 10. So the last over and a bit has been quite good. Very good. Pressure building now on 12 Stars. Struck on the pad. Big shout. Let's have another look at that one from front on. For mine, I think that was again leg side. Yeah, again, it's even wider than the previous one. I mean, that's maybe someone should explain the rules to some of these guys. That is missing by a whole set of stumps. That's not just an ambitious appeal. That's a bit of a silly appeal. Should save those for the Red Cross. They need them more than the players do. Let's try that again. Swiped. That probably hasn't gone exactly where he wanted it to go. It's gone out to deep mid-wicket. I think he was looking to try to maybe hit that straight down the ground. Ended up getting a lot more of that one than expected. But he's off the mark is Hossan, and he's going to be happy about that. Ali Raza, he probably won't be that happy because he's going to face one delivery, and then it's going to be the end of the power play. There's only 25 on the board, so the power play hasn't been explosive. It's been good, solid bowling here from Royal Brussels. Hits it hard. Oh, it's gone straight into the hands and straight back out again. It was a red-hot chance, though. Adnan Razak cannot hold on to a hot one. It's very close. Look at this. Just in and out, but it went very, very hard indeed. That's going to be in the power play. What a great over that was. Just one from it. Very wisely there, and also got the wicket, got the breakthrough. So 12 Stars, they are 25 for 1. The current run rate is only 8 1/3. And we've come from 17 down to 7, then 1 in terms of the runs per over. So the Royal Brussels, they've really picked their game up here, and they've really clamped down and bowled very, very well indeed. That's a really good start for them. That's not a great power play for 12 Stars. You have to do a lot of work now. You need to give a proper shout out then to Shogharag Sefat for bowling an excellent spell. 1 for 18, but that last over, excellent. Just the one run. Umpire says power play's done. Of course it is, because that's the end of the third. Let's go with the fourth. It's going to be Zahid to continue. That's collected full. It's a no ball called as well. And Manib patrolling the boundary out there. Just picks up and throws it back. No ball must have been for, I think, for a front foot then. So 27 for 1. Gets Raza on strike. What can he do here? Nothing. Swings and misses. Just a bit of a lack of foot movement here from the batters at the moment. Just need to get moving around on the crease. Don't have to necessarily charge, but just maybe some lateral movement. Get themselves in better position to play these shots, rather than agricultural swipes. That's probably one of the differences between some of the teams here. You see a team like Beverin, I've got to use them as an example. Happy to step into the line of the ball and play straight shots, hit through the ball. And see if it comes at you like that and you can connect like that, that's fine. And two ball boys come together to field that one and throw it back in. Big Maximo, that one. Not a lot of noise around the ground. We don't have as many spectators in today as we've had the last couple of days. Yesterday it was a public holiday, and obviously the first couple of nights we had here had some pretty big crowds here, which was sensational. again. Wow, that's even bigger. Although, is that going to fall into the hands of the player? It should. And he's taken. It went high. It went very, very high. And the player runs in, gives his hand a little bit of a shake and says, yeah, ouch. But is that Tepi out there who's taking that catch? I think it is. Tepi, sorry. I'm going to make sure I'm pronouncing the names properly. There you go. Well, that is a big wicket too, because that's a very important person there. Sorry, it was Adnan Razak who took that catch. TP is out somewhere else in the field. He's probably hoping to get a catch soon as well. Oh, there he is. He's right next to him. That's why I thought it was TP, because he's actually fielding right next to him. Apologies to Adnan for not getting the first time. 33 for 2 is the score. There's another breakthrough for Sahid. Just play with soft hands to point. Good work there. Royal Brussels looking pretty strong here at the moment. 12 stars need to be careful. Don't want to lose another wicket too early. End up putting a lot of pressure on the middle order. Hello to everyone in the chat. I can see Paul Kempen's joined us, Tim Harmer as well. Good to see you. Johnny here, you may not still be there. I'm not sure if you're watching on 2 screens, because that final is still ongoing in Malta. I do have a little bit of Wi-Fi, but it's coming and going. So when I get it, I'll say hello and give a shout. When I don't, then you know that's the reason. Bends the back on that delivery, gets it through. Sazad just swings, hoping to connect on that one. Didn't really get much focus. Let's have a quick double check of the score in Malta. That's how it's going. I've got it as, unless my screen hasn't updated, I see that as 93 for 4. Oh, they're in trouble then, aren't they? Southern Crusaders. Sweeky look like they're going to take the points and take the trophy. Down the ground. Bit of work there. It's a bit of a rough bounce through that area. But Manib is equal to the task. And that is going to be the end of the 4. 35 for 2 after 4. Hossein and Rajput out there now. Hossein just taking a little while to get going here. He's 3 from 6 deliveries. Needs to try to force the issue along here, sort of get things motoring. The current run rate is 8.75. Need to get into double digits, then push on these two. There has been a wicket in the 3rd and the 4th over, so it's been tough going. All credit, though, to the Royal Brussels bowlers. I think they're bowling really, really well at the moment. Restricting this team to a run rate of only 8.8 this early on is very good. Very good indeed. So yes, everyone in the chat, hope you are well wherever you are. Hope you're having a very good Friday. Having a few Wi-Fi issues, so I may not get around to shouting your names out throughout the entire evening, but I'll try my best. That's been pulled away nicely in the gap between the 2 fielders there. And that is 4. So this is what's needed now. It's going to be hit, yeah, just hit just in front of square there. Square can't get around to stop that one. Yeah, so it's looking to me like in Malta that final is coming close to a bit of a close now. And it's looking like Southern Crusaders are going to fall short. Sweeky United put a good score on the board. Punch into the covers. Oh, through. Now that's gone through the fielder there. He's gripping his leg. He's kind of, you know, it's interesting. Chani there. He's not looking fit. He's got a bandaged hand and he put his foot down to do some foot fielding, and it's like he's jammed his foot into the ground. Now he's limping. He's looking at a bit of strife. Although, having said that, he's just gone and flexed the other leg, so maybe he's just trying to cover for the misfield. Swing and a miss. Good delivery. Zahid is bowling very well at the moment. Sorry, Razak is bowling very well. Now I'm a bit confused here because the computer says Razak, yet there is a number 12 clearly on his back. So something's maybe gone wrong with the numbers there. I'm going to go with the scorecard on this case, because that's these numbers need to get sorted out. It's been just clipped down the ground. And it's going to be Shakharai Sefat, who bowled a couple of really good overs at the start of this innings. That second over he bowled, yielding just 1 run. Absolutely sensational. Perfect. Hello to Wayne. Joined in the chat as well. Good to see you. Swings hard at this one. This has been a bit of a chase on. No, it's not, because it's going to go all the way for a big Maximo. That's going to help things. So Sarzad Hossain, he's going to get motoring now, I hope, for 12 stars. He's been out there for a few minutes and he needs to crank up the machine. Royal Brussels are doing quite well. They're fielding well. They look really well drilled. They look like they've come here and they mean business. Swings hard at that one. There we go. So Razak has bowled pretty economically. That's going to be 20 from his 2 overs. That's not too bad at all. And considering that the run rate is 9.6, yeah, I'd say he's done a pretty good job economically. And this game is, well, we're halfway through the innings now. 5 overs done, 48 on the board. And let's have a quick chat about ECC Premier Division. There it is there, starting on the 25th of September. We've got 3 groups, A, B and C. Now that's what's going to kick off the group stage of the Premier Division for ECC. What is that, 1, 2, 3, 6 teams per group. Then after that group stage finishes, there's then going to be a pause when the Challenge Division comes in, and then that'll be done from cover to cover. Then we go back for the Championship group on the 16th of October, and that's going to be obviously the winners from each group taking on England and Netherlands 11 in the Championship week. So it's kind of like I would describe that as the bread, and the filling is going to be the Challenger Division. We can talk about Challenger Division a bit later on when we see that graphic. Looking forward to that. It's going to be massive. If you're in Europe and you're thinking to get to see some cricket this year, please go along and check it out. Shouts a catch. Good work in the outfield there, because completely wrong-footed. Almost went the wrong way. Mustafa Maman does a great job. He'll be required to probably open the batting, I'm thinking, when Royal Brussels get their chance in about 20 minutes' time. He's patrolling that backward square leg boundary. Jamil Saeed has been hit out of the ground for a big Maximo, smacked over the cover boundary, just a bit too wide, a bit too short. Have a look at this one again. Just sits up, and the batter has so much time to figure out where to place that, and that is gone. Not quite capital G-O-R-N-E gone. I'm going to hold that for another shot, which another shot's going to come. It's going to be bigger than that, so I'm going to just hang on to that one for now. Bit better, good flight. Goes out to Mamond out there again by a backward square leg on the boundary. 50 was up with that Maximo as well. Umpire does a nice little goose step there, out the way. Doesn't want to be part of the action. Seeing the umpires doing a few little double steps and a few little dance moves as well at square leg, just to make sure that the ball doesn't collect them. Better ball, that one too. Hello there to Vinny Sandhu, who's joining us as well. Vinny, fresh from his call at Vinoj. Go, 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 no, 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 and well, the throw was from the keeper was not bad, but Saeed chose not to break the stumps because I think, yeah, it was already home. Have a look at this. Have a look how the bowler takes it there. Could have. Well, he would have had to throw himself at the stumps, but isn't that what it's all about? The desperation of getting the next wicket. So one more to come in the 6th. 57 for 2 on the board. Nice shot for 4. That gets away. So yes, just talking about Vinny there in Prague, calling with Danny Hudacek, calling the women's T20I action, the Central Europe Cup, which is a bit of a showpiece for Czech cricket. Used to always be a men's competition, and then this year, the federation there, they said, you know what, we're going to make this the Central Europe Cup a women's game, and Cyprus is the team that has joined the Czechs there in Vinoj, the lovely picturesque ground there in Prague. I know it very well. Spent many times on my hands and knees weeding the ground and cutting the lawn and doing all sorts of stuff on the pitch to get it ready for match day. I know it very, very well indeed. Short, and that is clobbered. Absolutely crunched out of the ground. Captain Caveman style, just goes bang, you're out of here. Too short, sits up. Too much time for the batter to decide what he wants to do with that one. And any batter worth his salt will put it out of the ground every time. So Sazad is getting into it now. Oh, he goes a bit squarer now, and that was even better. That was flatter, and it was middled perfectly. He's raced up to 28 now. So I mentioned about probably about 2 or 3 overs ago now, I said he needs to be careful here, he needs to start up the engine. And I reckon he's done exactly that. The machinery is starting to work inside that man, and he's got 28 from 15 now. So he and Rajput are starting to put on a good partnership here too. And that is really important for 12 stars. They need to make sure they can, get something going here. Been a little bit disappointed with some of their partnerships. They haven't been able to get something together here. This one's worth 40 so far, and that's going along very nicely. And that's in less than 3 overs as well. And 17 is 40 of 17, these two. This is good. This is very good indeed. For Royal Brussels, they had a really good start, picking up wickets, being very tight with the bowling. And well, it's now 73 on the board, inside the 7th. Straight, and that is just into the, what do you call that? That's just into the wall of the tent, nowhere near the equipment. Just a little thump. I don't have my friend Hamid Mohammed, who's usually here protecting the gear with me. So it's all Phil G here at the moment, looking after the gear. Well, that one's going to go over the comms, not quite over the comms tent. Actually slams into the fence and back into the field of play. It hit the wire. So there you go. Sazad, I think he's heard me say about how he needs to get going, and he's delivering these shots down towards me in style. Races to 38 from 17. The score is now 83 for 2. This over's getting expensive. Skipper Manib, it's already gone magical. Oh, and it's going to continue. Forget about it. That's out of here. As they say in New York City, forget about it. 89 for 2 now. 28 off this over. In danger of going supersonic. We're almost there. Paul Kempen says Galaximo. Just wait for it, Paul. You're going to see that one in a second. You're going to say the same thing, I reckon. Manib needs to finish strong here. He's already gone for 28 off this over. That's better. Pushes it through quicker and gets the dot. And Pro breathes a sigh of relief that he will not go supersonic in that first over of his. But he has bled 28 runs there at a time when you really felt that 12 stars were just struggling a little bit for runs. Have a look and see what's happening tomorrow here in Prague. Well, not here, but in Prague. It's the Czech women take on the Cyprus women. Matches 3 and 4 coming your way, starting at 8:15 GMT, 10:15 Central Europe time, and 13:15 Indian Standard Time as well. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, and Danny Hudacek. You need to find a nickname for Danny. I don't know, Sleepy Danny or something like that. Just kidding, Danny, just kidding. They're going to be on comms, taking care of that match for you and the next one after it. So match 3 and 4. T20I action, that is. Don't forget, that's T20I action. So it's a big one. It's the Central Europe Cup there. And I've always been a part of the Central Europe Cup. This is one of the first years in about 5 years I haven't been part of it because I've had duties here. And that's going to get away from everybody. It's Mr. Stumps, it's Mr. Keeper. And I think he's got a little inside edge on that and has just missed the stumps. Goes well out of his crease to try to charge the bowler. And the bowler is, I wouldn't say he really corrected. He just sort of kept going through with the delivery, Alinaki. And unfortunately, he's come undone there. So the pace has really picked up here for 12 stars. That's a better one. That's the kind of nothing shot. Trying to find a gap to maybe tick it away for 4 through third man. But there's 2 players behind the wicket at on the offside. So you got a third man and you got a backward point. So interesting little attempted placement there. And well, that'll do. moving around the crease again, and this time the bowler's onto that partnership. As you see there, was worth 60 of 24 deliveries, and it's now been broken by a good piece of bowling, a smart piece of bowling as well. After this sort of a bit of luck not going their way. Watch this again, marching down, and just goes, no, it comes off the pad. So there's a little bit of luck running the way of the Royal Brussels, but they'd happily take that one. Cannons into the stumps. Where's he going? This is the funny thing, isn't it? I mean, I know from my point of view, when I've batted, I don't think I've ever done the charge down the wicket like that, because I think, well, it's going to give me less time to try to play my shot. But it also comes down to confidence and expertise as well. And something when I batted, I did sometimes struggle with because I was more of a bowler. And that is also big Maximo you saw just there. Really lovely strike, that one. A couple of ball boys just having a conversation just behind the pole there, suddenly realised it was up to them. So Khalid Ahmadi, this is exactly the person you want coming out of this part of the game for 12 stars. The score is 99 for 3. Still got a couple more to go in the 8th over. Swings hard, high, and that's going to carry the boundary line as well for a back-to-back Maximos. Lovely strike again. That's what the doctor ordered. Brings up the 100. That distinctive red helmet that he likes to wear. It's Ahmadi. It's almost like reminds me of like the flashing lights you see on top of an ambulance or a fire truck. So when he comes in, I'm thinking, all right, here we go, danger. Could be trouble. I think for Ali Naki, he did get the wicket, but he's probably feeling a little bit of pressure now. He's feeling a lot of pressure. Well, that's going to be 3 in a row. Almost the same spot. 2 ball boys almost have a chance to try to catch that. And they decide to let it bounce, and they'll go and retrieve it now. And that is good hitting, good powerful hitting there. Khalid Ahmadi helps himself to 3 Maximos in a row, and he's really pushed that score along nicely at the end of the 8th. Have a look at the uptick there. From the 4th over onwards, things were picking up nicely. Then from the 6th over, things got even more interesting for the 12 stars. That run rate just under 14 now, so they're eyeing off for a score in the 140s if they can. 2 overs to get that. So if they keep this momentum, and these two are doing really well. Hossan's gone 44 from 19. Khalid has just come out there, and he's striking at 600, which is as good as you can get. So how about that? Between the two of them, they should be able to push this if they can stay together. If they're still together by the last ball of this innings, this score will be sort of pushing around high 140s, 150s. What can Sahid do about that? Well, it's been taken in towards deep mid-wicket. Spilled, almost caught, almost a good catch there. Jamil Saeed has grasped it, but make no mistake, that was a red-hot chance and a tough, tough chance. Made good ground. It was hit to him. Here it is, just in. Hits him into the body. He protects the boundary, and I think that the Royal Brussels fielders will think, good. That's what we want, to protect the boundary at all costs. 112 for 3. Still 11 balls to go in the innings. Straight shot down the ground and through the scaffolding for a Maximo. That's a big hit. Score races now to 118. As I said, Ahmadi dealing in 6s, nothing else but 6s here. And he is hitting the ball sweetly, looking very dangerous. Now, Royal Brussels, they did well at the start. Then things started to get away from them. Just in the last couple of overs, the 12 stars have really turned on the heat. They need to be careful here. I think we're going to go for a new pill. Oh, yep. Good. It was found. Well done. It was Sefat who found that one. And charges in again. Still several deliveries to go. Sort of a change of mind of shot there. It was a bit unusual. That one sort of almost played it in slow motion. A shy at the stumps from skipper Manid. He saw something that he liked. Sorry, Manib. Have a look at this. Just waddles down. Yeah, Khalid was just taking his time. That's why. Would have been gone. Would have been gone. Oh, just a little bit slack there with the run. Or maybe just trying to tease. But Manib has already hit the stumps a few times in this tournament. Wouldn't want to test him. Bit of a slow one that goes into the pads. And the flick between the legs, if trying to affect a run out there. Good work from the bowler to charge down like that. Never say die. So he thought he was in with a red-hot chance to get a run out there. So still 2 to come in this this 9th over. It's 120 on the board. Good score on the board. So this and then the final over coming, and 2 in-form batters at the crease. So 12 Stars will be feeling pretty good about themselves, I think, right about now. Let's see if they can bring this one home and get a good score on the board. It's been slightly mishit, and it still carries the boundary line. There was a red-hot chance for the fielder to get his hand in the air and try to pull it down. Didn't miss by a lot. Khalid has sort of a back foot swat down the ground. That really didn't miss the hand of the fielder by all that far. He still gets it Maximo, though, so he's up to 31, facing 6 deliveries. 1 more to come in the 9th. 126 for 3 is the score. Well, that one is beautifully hit. That is over the dugouts and far, far away. As I see those 2 geese who live in the area just passing through on their way to their favourite feeding place. They always come through about this time of night. And they've just watched a big Maximo. Luckily, they didn't go to that part of the ground. They were sort of more in the backwards square leg area and not the deep mid wicket, or else they could have been trouble. Could have been feathers everywhere. As it is, it's not. It's 9 wickets. What am I saying? It's 9 overs. Don't want to scare people by saying that. 9 overs gone, 132 for 3 on the board, and these bowlers are getting a little bit of stick now after a really good start. And the Royal Bustles are going to have a bit of a score to chase now in a few minutes when they get their chance to come out. Still 1 more over to go. So still a time for more runs or to pull this one back. Ali Naki gets the duty to bowl the 10th. Wow, that has gone very hard, and he's thrown out the hand to try to stop that one. He's got a fair bit of that and saved what I would say was a certain boundary. That was absolutely going to go to the boundary. He probably wants some magic spray, but he's looking all right. He's looking. He's standing tall. He gets Khalid Ahmadi on strike. 37 from 7. That's blistering pace. Shouts a catch. Oh, it's just 1 bounce to the player. Going to go for a suicide second here. And the whole intent was to get Khalid back on strike. He even gives a little wave, a gentle little salute to Hossin, who really sacrificed himself there to try to get Ahmadi back on strike. He's run out then for 46 from 22. An excellent innings from him nonetheless. Came in at an important time for the team and stood tall for 12 Stars. I'm quite happy to give up his wicket to make sure that the big hitter gets back on strike for the next few balls. Yep, always going to struggle to make the ground there. So I also note that in Malta, the Southern Crusaders have fallen short by 36 runs. So congratulations to Swiki United for getting the final, getting the trophy there in the spring series. Well done. It tries to bend the back and try to give a bit of a bouncer there. Only can go push it down leg side for a wide. Yeah, I'm sure people have already been watching that. Maybe you're starting to pile over here to our place. It's like a party finishing at one part, and then you go, hey, where's the next party? Let's go and see Phil G. He's got something going on. Everyone jumps in the cars and drives over. It's like the good old days. Hit down the ground, just going to be the one. Adjusted on the pace there, I think, and Khalid adjusted as well because he was almost going to get through his shot a bit too quick and just punched down the ground for a single. So Shehzad, he gets to face. There's still 3 balls to come. It's leg side. It's just to the left of the fielder who's put there, probably for that exact shot, and that is pretty clever. Although the ball wasn't good. It was there for that exact shot, though. If you're going to bowl it on the hip, it's going to get turned away like that. They did have the player there, but he was a bit fine. So Shehzad does the right thing, gets a boundary. 140 for 4 now. 2 to come. 12 Stars have posted a good score here in this match number 10. This time goes aerial over the covers. It's going to be 1 bounce and 4 runs. Another good strike as well. Gets a fist bump from Amadi. He says, look, that's good. I know I'm the big hitter, but if you're going to be hitting these as well, that's okay. Not finding the maximos, but hitting the fours. And isn't that a good thing as well? You're absolutely right. 144 on the board now for the loss of 4 wickets. Naki's gone for 34 from his 1.5 overs. Last ball of the innings coming up. Where a 12 star is going to get, and what do Royal Brussels have to chase? Let's find out. It's a dot ball. So finishes well, finishes strong with a good dot ball there at a time when the 12 stars were looking to threaten even the 150 mark. So it's 144 for 4 is the score. Royal Brussels are going to be chasing 145 for a win when they get their chance in about 10 or 12 minutes time. But that is a pretty good recovery for 12 stars. A bit right at the start there. Things were a bit slow and then they came good. Getting just a few little congratulations there. Khalid Ahmadi just getting a handshake and a high five from a couple of his friends here. These guys know each other really well and they play together a lot of cricket, so they do know each other. Let's have a look at the highlight reel and we'll see how it all turned out here. And it started with a few boundaries, especially towards the end of that first over. 17 off the first over. It started well. There was dots and just, I think, 1 run. And then suddenly the last 3 balls were Maximo, and then a 4. So it was all happening. First wicket fell, and that was Razak, who took a good catch. Then normal service resumed. The pace picked up, and 12 stars were starting to get back on top again. It was really good batting. They came out with a proper attitude and a really good focus here. And then, unfortunately, it was a situation of the batter just getting a little bit too cheeky and sort of coming out of his ground and trying to make stuff room. That was Ali Raza who got undone there. And then Khalid came in and did what he does best, and that is to really just belt the ball around the place and get things going there. The run out there, but that was Hossan after making a good 44. He gave up his wicket to get Khalid back on strike. And after that, there was a couple of good boundaries hit there just towards the end. Shahzad, who came in with only 3 balls to face, hit a couple of boundaries, and we finished with that dot, as you saw. So 12 stars, they've posted a pretty competitive total on the board. I think they'll be very happy with that. Thanks in a lot to Shahzad Hossan for that 46 from 22. Khalid Ahmadi, well, he's unstoppable. 39 from only 9 deliveries faced. How about that? Ali Raza contributed with a 21 from 8. He was looking pretty dangerous. And of course, Rajput, that's 17 important runs. Only 4 extras there, just the 1 wide. That's very disciplined bowling. And I really felt that about Royal Brussels. I thought their bowling was very good early on. And it was only towards the end, a few loose deliveries, some slot balls, and maybe just trying a little bit too hard to try to find the wicket, trying to do a few things. And that's how it's ended up. Have a look at the bowlers there. 3 wickets. Sefat, Zahid and Ali Naki at the end there, although he did go for 34 from his 2 overs. Muhammad Manib, he'll be a bit disappointed by that effort. 28 off that over, and that really spun things around and gave a lot of confidence back into the dugout for 12 stars. So that is how we're looking now at the halfway point of match number 10. 144 for 4. Wow, try saying that really quickly when you got a dry throat. And 12 stars have got the score on the board, and Royal Brussels need 145 in their 10 overs when they're going to come out and bat soon. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network. This is the ECSN Belgium 2025 edition, coming to you from the Stars Arena in Zemst, and what a lovely arena it is. I feel kind of spoilt that I got this gig because it's a really nice place here. The ground's good, the lights are going to be on towards the end of the next innings, and we're going to continue. So match 10 hangs in the balance. Come and join me in about 5 minutes time, and we'll see which way it goes. See you real soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
And welcome back to the run chase here, match 10, hanging in the balance. Royal Brussels batters making their way out to the centre with a bit of a job to do, bit of a tall order in front of them here on this first match on Friday night. Friday night action under lights here. Score of 144 posted by the 12 Stars Hofstadter. They'll be very happy with that score. That's a good score indeed. So the bonus point equation is pretty straightforward. If Royal Brussels can chase this in 7 overs or less, they get themselves a bonus point. And for the fielding team, if they can restrict the Royal Brussels to 100 or less, then they were going to pick up all 4 points, and that would be massive for them because that would put 12 Stars top of the table. They've had played a couple more games than the other sides, so there's that just to consider, but they'd be very happy if they could get through tonight by saying we are top of the table after 5 days. How about that? So the 12 Stars fielding team is out there, the bowlers out there, they've got the new pill in their hand. There's Rohan Ravindran, he's got the ball as ready, he likes to open the bowling for the 12 Stars. I wish the 12 Stars like him to open the bowling as well. It sort of goes both ways really. For the batting, it looks like it's going to be Manib out there, the skipper, who likes to open as well, the left-hander. Lead by example, it's good to see. And here we go, the run chase starts right now. It's been let go leg side for a wide. And at non-striker's end, that is side Tipi. I got confused with Adnan Razak and Sai Tipi. They're both wearing a 12 and a 13 respectively. And Adnan took a good catch, and I thought it was Tipi. Turns out they were actually fielding right next to each other. So my apologies to Adnan, but I corrected myself very quickly there. Vicious shout there. Draws a bit of a false shot as a helicopter screams overhead. That's new, we haven't had helicopters here. We've had everything else flying overhead here. Early today we had a C4, I think it was a C4 transport plane, military transport plane fly overhead. We've had geese. We've had that grizzly that's just been smacked over point for 4 runs. We have plenty of aircraft as well. Yeah, regular aircraft, jets. And what else we had? Oh, obviously the helicopter just then. So that's all happening. It's a busy part of Belgium here. We're close to the airport. For about a 20-minute drive, but if you're flying, it's just a few seconds, literally. Goes to the big swing. And shouts a howser. Everyone held their breath and looking at the umpire. The umpire says, "Nope, that didn't do enough, or it did too much." I would say that might have done too much. That did angle in quite a bit. And the umpire says, "I'm not happy about that one. I'm not going to give it." So TP gets to have a chance to have a bat now. Big score on the board there, 144 was the score posted by 12 Stars. Really good effort from them to get that score up. A few fits and starts, but in the end it was Sazat Hossain and Khalid Ahmadi who contributed and really pushed that run rate up very nicely indeed. And that's why Royal Brussels kind of feel like they were on top in the first few overs, and then things just completely did not go their way. Manib, the skipper, who's out there at the moment, the non-striker's end, he had an over that went for 28. That's no good. And that's no good either because that's a wide. And hello to everyone in the chat who's joining us from around the world. Welcome. Hope you're having a really good Friday. Unless you're on the other side of the world, in which case I hope you're having a very good early Saturday morning. And apologies, but I don't have any Wi-Fi yet again. I'm Wi-Fi-less at the moment. There's no signal. Another appeal for LB. This will be the 3rd one of the over. And Rohan has a bit of a look at the umpire and says, "Really?" We'll have a look at that this one again. What do you think? You can just see. I don't think I saw a bit of leg stump. I think it was actually just the back of the pad. So I think that was missing leg by quite a bit in the end. So ambitious. But umpire says no, play on. 2 to come in the over. Gets it on the full, hits it pretty hard, and that is going to beat Ali Raza there across the boundary line for 4 runs. Shouts for Ali from around the ground. And that is 1 more to come in this over. There's a nice strike though. And while the infield's up, you can get a pretty good value for shots there. So 11 so far off the over, plus this one coming up. That's hit over the covers. That's going to be a couple of bounces and straight towards our volunteers to collect on the outside of the boundary rope. So that is a few boundaries in that over, 3 boundaries in that over. And Ravindran a little bit frustrated because he had 3 appeals for the leg before, all turned down. Manib is on 4 and TP is hitting the ball quite well. He's on 8. 16 matches since the Golden Ball. Something we need to start thinking about addressing here in Belgium, in Zemst, at this beautiful Stars Arena. Maybe we can get a Golden Ball before we finish on Sunday the 11th. We'll see. There's plenty of other cricket going on around the place as well. We've got action going plenty in Prague and continuation of some cricket action in Malta as well. We'll talk a bit more about what's happening tomorrow and over the weekend later on. But for now, sort of getting stuck now to the second over. Kolgiani comes on. Shouts a catch. Chance for a catch here. It's going to fall inside the play and into the very safe hands of Rohan Ravindran. He's taken a lot of catches down here. Often fields down here at this long off area. He's been standing in front of me here fielding for pretty much most of the week when 12 Stars are on the field. And his contributions to stopping the ball from hitting anything anywhere near the commentary area is always very well appreciated. And I want to thank the hosts here. They've just had another cup of coffee delivered to me, so thank you very much for that. It feels actually quite hot. Might let that just sit for a moment. It's been put in three paper cups. That's how hot it is, and even then it's still hot. It was a very good catch there from Rohan to get the breakthrough. Kolgiani, his first ball is a breakthrough. Now Mamond is out there. And Mamond has put that as close a shot to the clubhouse as you've seen in this whole week. That has cleared actually the spectator fence where the demarcation line of the football field is, and that's just cannoned into the steps and come back again. That is a massive strike. So gets the breakthrough, does Kolgiani, but then gets taken for a big hit. Mamond has absolutely middled that one. 21 for 1 inside the second. Straight down the ground. Bit of a tricky one there. Sort of as it was bouncing down, a couple of little mini tortugas on the way down. Just a small little variation there. Once again, Ravindran is all over that. And just the single gets TP back on strike. He's been there for only 3 deliveries, and he has got 8 with a couple of good strikes in the previous over. 22 for 1. Nicely poised this. Still 123 runs needed at 14.47 for a win here for Royal Brussels. That is going to go into the hands for a second catch to Rohan. I held my breath there for a moment as he was backpedaling and he was watching. He only saw the line. He wasn't watching the line, but he saw it as soon as he took the catch. It was well inside the line as well. It was mishit, and that's a big wicket indeed. 12 Stars celebrating, and that's the second catch there to Ravindran. And the second wicket for Kolgiani in this over. And there's a bit of a get around just at the edge of the pitch there. They know this is a really important one. There's a bit of a celebration there. And everyone's got their hand in the centre, and they're giving themselves a bit of a 12 Stars rev up. It's really good to see. I want to rush out there and try to be part of that, but I'm not allowed. I'm chained to the desk here. I can't get out there. Score is 22 for 2. Richie Benno. And funny enough, with the RB next to that, which of course is Royal Brussels, I couldn't help myself. 22 for 2. That's the score. 2 more balls to come in this over. Jamil Saeed has joined Mamond. And they need to steady the ship here. Kolgiani's got 2 for 7. Shouts a catch it. It's just going to get away from Ravindran. Oh, I tell you what, could have almost had a third catch there, but it's hit a little bit wider and a couple of bounces and across the boundary for a boundary 4 runs. So that was very well needed. As I said, these two need to steady things. A bit of work to be done. So those 2 wickets that have fallen just in quick time. Shouts to catch it. No, umpire shakes his head immediately. Wicket keeper knew it as well, I think. It was almost a bit of a crowd cat kind of situation, that one. Watch this one again. Yeah, it's come off something high up on the arm, I suspect. I don't think it's come off, definitely come off anything wooden. And that is going to be end of the over. Have a look at this. Comes in. Yeah, I think that's come off just below the shoulder, maybe on just that fleshy part, maybe on the bicep, that kind of area. Anyway, it's the end of the over. 2 overs are done now, and it's going to be Ravindran is going to come on to bowl his second. Probably getting a bit of reward from those 2 catches he took in the previous over. Let's have a look at the standings. Why is this important? 12 stars. Hofstadter on 7 points there, and Royal Brussels languishing at the bottom, only 2 points. That's why it's important. That's been slashed just over the top of the outstretched hand of the fielder there in the extra cover. That's another much needed boundary here. So Ravindran just placed that one a little bit wide, and it's picked up. And that is another boundary. Score now up to 30. Marmond is the person that we've got our eyes on. He's looking pretty dangerous. Swing and a miss, but it is a wide ball. Rohan Ravindran sort of puts the head back a little bit and goes, oh, that was really close. Not really, says the umpire. Of course, that's a wide. 31 for 2. Royal Brussels need 114 or 47. That run rate required is still around about 14.5. Hasn't really moved much from there since the game started. Now, I think that's missed everything. I reckon that is going to be called as a no ball. And it is indeed. And gone for 4. So that is not a good ball. Just completely lost his way on that one. And yeah, Rohan is getting a bit of a console there. You can see there, it's almost gone into that channel between pitch and grass. It's just flown away there. And wicketkeeper can't get across to that one either. That's unfortunate. That's expensive. Keep refreshing my my chat screen. I've bought a brand new screen specifically just for chat. And I guess if you haven't got any internet here, what's the point? So it's I keep picking up and just shaking it every now and then. Not that shaking it's the way to refresh a screen. One day they'll make a screen you can just shake it. You know, like an Etch-a-Sketch. That's probably what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's like an Etch-a-Sketch. You shake it and hopefully you'll get something to come up. But anyway, never mind. I'm monologuing now. Sorry everybody, there is still don't have any Wi-Fi here. Someone has pinched it and they're using it somewhere else. Hopefully the scorers have got it. That's the most important thing. 36 for 2 is the score. Marmont is on 11 from 5. It's another wide one, and he's really stretched for that one. Doesn't really step into the line of the ball. No use of the feet whatsoever. Just puts the bat out there. Could have clipped it to the man on the banjul, and as it turns out, it was a couple of bounces and just got to him then. Just the 1 run. Still inside the power play. 37 for 2. Win predictor still has this game well and truly in 12 stars' favour. 78% to 22%. That's interesting. Straight shot down the ground. Bit of work here for the fielder. Kogyani's going to get across and take that away from Ali Raza and say, no, I'll have that. He does exactly that. Kogyani, a live wire in the field these last couple of days. Has spent a lot of time in the outfield. Like not in the infield, but actually in the outfield, running around the boundary line, saving runs, taking good catches. Loves his cricket clearly. Continue. It's been hit down in towards the covers, or just deflects off the fielder, and almost Ali Raza, who has to clean up, was going the wrong direction. His throw hits the stumps, but nothing doing from there. Just came in nice and easy. By my reckoning, there should be 1 more to come in this over. The score is 39 for 2. Power play has yielded 39. Royal Brussels probably would have wanted more than that, but these two are sort of calming things down a bit. Syed needs to get going though. He's 5 from 3. Marmont is looking dangerous though. So Syed goes to 5 from 4 deliveries faced, and maybe Royal Brussels need to have a look at him and say, come on. You're there at the top. You need to start getting the runs. This is not T20. This is T10. We need them. Have a look at the towel block situation there. Have a look at those later overs for 12 stars there. That 28, 22 and 21. 3 magicals in a row. Almost a supersonic as well. And so far in this innings, you've got a run rate of 13, 39 on the board. They probably would have taken that if it was offered to them. But they've got to build on that because they need to be going better at 13 and over to the Royal Brussels team. A lot of work to do. So Kogiani's going to continue. And it's just hit straight back to the bowler. Completely got that one wrong. Kogiani got it right though. He's got two catches that were taken off his bowling in the previous over by the same fielder as well. Rohan Ravindran. He's turning out to take a lot of catches. I wouldn't be surprised if he's got the most catches so far in the tournament. Shouts to catch it. Almost splits the field, but some good work there on the boundary line to get around and stop that at deep mid-wicket. So just the one. You just do it in singles. It's good tight bowling here from 12 stars. They need to keep this up. That scoreboard pressure needs to be heaped. I mean, the run rate required is now up to 15.75. So these last couple of overs have been very good. Very good for 12 stars. Not so good for the Royal Brussels. And Saidi, he needs to free the shoulders and start getting a few runs. It can't be all on Mamon's shoulders. So he needs to get amongst it here. He's got 5 from 4. What can you do here? It's hard. Kogiani just gets out of the way, but it is protected down here on the boundary line. Again, that man Rohan gets around and gets the draw back nice and quick. Just a single. And singles are not going to be good enough. That run rate now required is up to 16. That's something to think about. Shorter, and it's going straight into the hands and out of the hands. They may have picked up the run out here. Now this is umpires not going to go upstairs, happy that the run was completed okay, but oh dear. Skipper Ravi out there at square leg cannot believe he's put that one down. There's a red hot chance and he's put it down. He cannot believe it. Have a look at this. Ball comes in. Run rate climbing with every single. The run rate climbs bit by bit. And when you start to get to the other side and to the second half of the innings, every dot ball or just single that's scored, it will push that run rate up very quickly. And suddenly, you're needing 20 runs and over if you blink and you miss it. So Royal Brussels have to be careful here. It's now teetering on 16 and a half. Oh, how did that miss? That is going to get away from everybody that has gone for, I think, did he get a little nick on that one? I think he did, yes, indeed. How has that not been played on? Oh, that's why, because it's gone over the top. Cannot believe their bad luck there. Runs away, and that is a much-needed boundary to Royal Brussels. That pushes the score up just a little bit more there. Let's have a look at the run rate situation. At 47 for 2, that run rate's 11.75. They needed to go at 14 and a half. And so you can see that white line dipping now after that third over. That was a good over there from Kogiani. Good bowling from him. Royal Brussels need something. They need an injection of a couple of magical overs here. Similar to what the 12 Stars team had. They had those 4 magical overs in a row in their innings. And that really helped them get up to that mammoth total they're on there. 145 they scored. Sorry, 144 they scored. That's been clipped and one bounce and over the boundary line. Nice shot, that one, cut away. And that is Said, who's found a bit of form and found the boundary line. It was wide, it was there to be hit, and he definitely got a bit of that. Got more than a bit of that, got every bit of that. Ball comes back now. So Shazad needs to reset here. Needs to keep it tight. That's all they need to do, just bowl tight. In at the body, full deliveries. Nothing too short. 50 up with that boundary as well. 51 for 2 inside the 5th. Oh, goes to go a little bit funky with the ramp and he connects beautifully. That's a very nice shot. I don't often see those played successfully, but on this occasion, I'll give credit where it's due. And that is played very nicely indeed. So Jamil just showing us a little bit fancy footwork there, gets in position and collects that one and gets a 4 for his trouble. So 90 runs needed from 34. The run rate required now 15.8. Still that's a lot of runs. Some youngster in the background shouted, "How's that?" before the ball was bowled. Just draws a miss hit there. Happy to take the single, and 12 Stars not too bothered by singles, I would say. The fielders are actually quite deep. Obviously, you've got the 5 outside the circle, but the men inside the ring, they're not really sort of up close and looking to save singles. Have a single if you want it. That's fine. I guess that's okay because your run rate required is 16. So there's that. Got him. Slower ball. Could see the slower ball from here, and Marmont is gone. He's undone there. 19 from 12 he gets, but that is a good delivery, a good follow-up there from Shehzad, who has just got him completely bamboozled. Quite looked almost comical towards the end, just the way that the ball came a little bit slow out of the hand. Hones in there. The left-hander looking to swipe it towards deep mid-wicket and just misses it completely. Hits over the top of it, I think. Which sort of tells me that it was definitely the slower ball because it didn't bounce as high. And that is a big wicket. Mamon goes. It's 56 for 3 here. And this is now turning to a bit of trouble. 12 Stars looking like they've got the goods to bring home the win here. Still a fair bit of cricket to go here. Don't want to write anyone off. Royal Brussels looking like they could be in a bit of strife. Speaking of strife, I want to try and reload this screen to see if anyone's throwing any Wi-Fi in my direction. Of course not. Once again, apologies to the chat. I wish I could engage with you guys tonight on Friday night, Peacock Friday night. Shouts a catch. It hits the hands and it bounces just up and away. The fielder there. I like the hat. I want a hat like that. Anyone who remembers when my birthday's coming, please keep that in mind. Sharma has put down a red hot chance. So one more to come. Gets the charge, shouts to catch it. It's going to fall quite short. It was a pretty bad miss hit. Just in the end, it didn't get anywhere near the fielder. Shiraz Sheikh there trying to force the issue. We know he can swing a blade, so they're going to need him to be doing a little bit better than that. Let's talk about what's happening tomorrow then. I alluded before about how there's more action in Malta. So it's Malta, Estonia and Croatia. And this ECI action coming your way, men and women. So we start with the women's match, Malta take on Croatia, and then the men's match is going to be Malta and Estonia. Match 2 for the women, Malta against Croatia again, and Malta, Estonia men after that. And then Malta women will be back in the final match to take on the Croatian women. So good action there. The men going against Estonia from Malta and Estonia, and the women from Malta are going to take on the Croatian women. ECI action coming to you from that Master Sporting Complex in there in Malta. Day 1 of 2. Tune in for that. And when you're done with them, you can tune over to here and you can get into day or evening number 6 with me here tomorrow night. And I'll tell you, well, we'll talk about later who's going to be playing here tomorrow. I'll keep it a secret until then. I know you can look it up, but you know, just trying to keep the tension here between the chat and myself. Edged, gets away. It was a bit of a grubber. The keeper didn't really have any sight on that one. It's good bowling though. So, Ravi Taplial, he picked up a hat-trick yesterday. Blinking, you missed that one. Very good hat-trick. Got a 4 for in the end. Flicks it off the toe, shouts to catch it, 1 bounce, and to the fielder who dives down to the ground to save that from going any further. Azad Hossain does the job out there. Interesting to note that in last night's match, the final match yesterday, that Ravi picked up the hat-trick, and I was told later that he also got a hat-trick earlier in the day in a different match in a different league. Oh, shouts to catch it, but that's been hit a lot harder, and it's gone a lot fuller as well. And that is a Maximo. Haven't seen a 6 hit here for a little while. And if I had my internet, I could tell you when the last 6 was hit, but that has been a while since we've had a Maximo here, and that is welcome news for Royal Brussels fans. 67 for 3. Run rate required is up to over 17. Taken. Well, this time he's gone a bit more square with that shot, but he's come undone, and that is a very good catch. It went pretty quickly as well, and the players are all running in there to give a bit of a high five and a get around to someone out there. I'm trying to see who it is. He's got 2 hats on, so he's unmistakable. Good catch, low down. Hit it straight down the throat. Didn't have to move too far at all. It is Sazad, so well caught from him. And Sherar Sheikh, who he's had a couple of good innings here on what was it, Wednesday night when Royal Brussels played Beveren, but unfortunately he hasn't been able to duplicate that here. And 12 Stars have got him back in the dugout. Big wicket, that one. 67 for 4. Still got a couple to come in the 6th. Still don't have any internet. I keep refreshing it about every minute or so, just to see who's out there, who's talking to me, because I don't want to seem like I'm ignoring the chat and not giving you guys enough information or answering your questions. Apologies, we're just lacking a little bit of internet here. Shout to catch it. It's 1 bounce and 4 runs. That is a nice strike. Very straight, that one. Goes almost, well, goes into the netting, which is just in front of the scaffolding, which is there, sort of act like a sight screen, the black netting. Just out of shot there from the reverse angle. We can't quite see it there. 71 for 4. 1 more to come. Similar, but this instead goes a bit straighter, and Ali Raza has grasped that one. It was a red-hot chance. It came so fast at him as well, but still, it's there to be caught, and yep, just shells it, drops it to the ground. Doesn't get it over the boundary, so at least he saved the boundary. And you can see in the background there, he was looking quite dejected that he dropped that one. There's the scorecard. You can see here, Royal Brussels just struggling, trying to find someone who can get after the bowlers here. Mustafa Mahmoud was looking good. That 19 from 12 looking pretty solid. Jamil Saeed's taken a while to get going, but now he's on 18, and they're going to be looking to him. And now Sefat, who's out there as well. After that, we start getting into the middle order, and then we start getting to the lower orders. So they need to be careful here, Royal Brussels. They've got 4 overs to try to deliver 73 runs. The run rate required is now up to 18. Also keep an eye on the bonus equation too. They need 101 to get the bonus point. So for the bonus point, they're still, what's that, 29 runs shy of the bonus point. So 29 from 24 to snake that point away from 12 Stars. Hamadi starts, and that is going to just go over the fingertips. And it's going to roll away for 4. Add insult to injury. Not just the catch was missed, but also it rolls across the boundary line for 4 runs. It was in the air for quite a while, but Chazard did not have a chance to get anything on that one. Throws out the mitt in the hope. Not far away in the end. I reckon there's probably not even 8 inches in that one. And misses it. That's it straight. Umpires take evasive action. And Rohan gets around to that one. No chance of a second. That's a good work on the outfield down here. So 77 for 4. Ahmadi looking to back up his excellent batting display with a bowling display here. He's trying to keep it nice and tight at a time when you know the Royal Brussels are starting to not panic. And that is a cracking delivery. Middle stump. Might have even pulled that one a little bit, but he's bowled a really full ball. Middle stump, bang. And that is a big wicket. There's a few smiles around the 12 Stars team there as they're all thinking, okay, that may be the one that we needed, because may breathe a bit of sigh of relief now. Yes, indeed. Comes forward and pretty much, well, it would have been a Yorker, length, but Saeed has just moved around a bit too much in the crease there. He's even dropped his gloves on the way back, and he's looking dejected. So he needed to kick on, and Royal Brussels needed him to stick around. But unfortunately, that hasn't happened. 12 Stars get the breakthrough. So the pendulum swings yet again, and this time very heavily in favour of 12 Stars for mine. 77 for 5 now. 68 required from 21. The run rate just a tad under 20 per over. It's getting steep, very steep. Struck on the pad, bowler not interested in an appeal. The ball has stopped dead there. Very rare that you see the ball just stop dead, just in the field of play, but there you go. Remember Tina and I were talking about getting an ECN bingo card going. Never know, that could be one of those rare ones that pops up on your bingo card. Short ball, but it's a slower short ball because it really died on its trajectory when the keeper couldn't get anything on that. And they're going to get through for a wide +1. So still a bit of fight here. A lot of bugs around the ground. You can see them all there. That's why I have a fly swatter. Lovely, lovely aqua colour. Similar colour to the shirt of the 12 Stars, actually. Just miss hit. Just going to get a single for that one down the ground. And there's the bonus point equation at the bottom of your screen there popping up. Thank you very much for that one. And indeed, you can see that they look like they should be able to pick up that bonus point. They picked up 2 bonus points when they played against Beveran the other night. So they know how to do that. Just they need to get the win as well. It's full. Just punch down the ground. Should be Raza to his feet. There he is. Fields that one. So the bowling's just been too good. That's pretty much how I would describe this. Just been too good. And I think that's why Royal Brussels are looking the way they are. They're going to really struggle now. That is the end of the over, just in case another ball was about to be bowled. I think Khalid had a smile on his face thinking, I wonder if I can get another ball in here. He just had that look on his face. He was thinking, oh, I wonder if I can bowl that. Let's have a look at the fantasy dashboard for the next game coming your way. There is just one in for both teams there. So you can see that Noor Oriakal comes into the side. He's going to be back for Royal Brussels. And for 12 Stars, Hofstadter, they've got Aniruddha Godbole. He's going to come into the side as well. So that's a pretty good good couple of ins for both of those teams. Oh, the chat just came back for a second, and I saw Johnny here saying hiya. So hello there, Johnny. And Paul Kempen's still there. Ian as well. Good to see you as well. And everyone else in the chat. I'm sure you're there. I know you're there. So you've definitely got to be there. This is up in the air. How about that? A third catch to Ravindran. He's on fire in the outfield. And that is big time happy stuff. And I'll tell you why, because Sefat has gone, and that for me is probably going to be the ball game. I reckon 12 Stars can pretty much lock this one up. Big wicket, that one. And it was that man, the skipper, Ravi, who brings himself on and gets immediate success. Ravi Thaplial, who got a hat-trick last night. And as I said just a few minutes ago, he also had a hat-trick earlier in the day. So we had 2 hat-tricks yesterday, one on the European Cricket Network and one in the domestic league. So he was on absolute fire, which is pretty cool. In anyone's language, that's pretty cool. Anyway, so there you go. So I hope you're all having a good Friday night wherever you're watching. Maybe you've got a little cool beverage to keep you company during the next few minutes. Shout to catch it. Oh, red hot chance, and that is Kogyani who's put it down. He's got a bit of a wry grin on his face there. I think the game is not in the balance anymore, so maybe that's why he's sort of got that little expression, but that has been bobbled up. It hasn't gone to the boundary rope, luckily. Well, this one should. And that's going to clear everything except for the metal piping that it slammed into. That might have come through the effects mic. Might have heard that one. And that is a big strike indeed. So, well, where there's hope, there is still a little bit of fire. That's not even a saying. I'm just making things up there. Well, actually, where there are Maximos, there is hope. How about that? Royal Brussels need 11 from 15 to get the bonus point. Batter adjusts there and just pulls it at the last minute. Bit of pressure on the fielder rushing in. And Rajput cannot get it cleanly. Easy single in the end. Adnan Razak. He's a bit on his shoulders now. Still need plenty of runs. I mean, what is that, 45? 54 still needed. Don't think that's going to happen. Then again, this is a European Cricket Network where anything can happen. So yeah, it would be 53 needed from the next 13 balls if they can get the win. But 9 of 13 looks a lot more probable to get the bonus point. and prevent 12 Stars from getting all 4 points here tonight. Gives it some flight, and that has gone for a Maximo. It just misses the protective netting mesh fence that's away to my left here, and that's a shame because that means there's a bit of work for our volunteers to go and find out what's going on. So let's have a look at the graph here, and the run rate graph tells us a story of the Royal Brussels, who struggled losing wickets at regular moments there from 5, 6, 7 and 8th overs, and that has prevented them from getting any momentum whatsoever because they need to get that run rate up to 14.5. In order to do so, they need to get 50 odd runs in 2 overs. And that's pretty tough going. Not sure they're going to be able to get that. Well, I'm pretty sure they're not going to get that. How about that? So we start now the 9th. Khalid Ahmadi comes in. Clipped uppishly and just over the head of the fielder there. It's going to run away for 4. Just for a second, I thought there were 2 fielders there. One fielder behind on the boundary line running around from the deep point who could almost have cut that off. And then the fielder and the infield who almost could have maybe affected some sort of catch, but it was well over his head. No chance of that. So Ahmadi again. Oh, good work from the keeper. He was unsighted, but he's managed to get around to stop that getting past him. So it prevented the runs getting through. They get through for a bye, but that's all they get through for. And by the way, the 100 was up with that previous boundary as well. 103 for 6. Close to just slightly knocking the leg stump there. It only has to touch it. It's just through the man at backward point. No chance of a second run there, just the one. So singles aren't going to hurt anybody. 12 Stars are very aware of that, and they're marching towards a very well-deserved victory here. And of course, the bonus point has been awarded now to Royal Brussels. You can see the scoreline there. They've gotten over that 101 scoreline. Hit down the ground, just a single. So unless someone can come along and hit 3 sixes in a row in the last over, I'd be pretty confident to say the game is all 12 Stars are going to get all 3 points. Well, 3 points that is for the win, but the 1 point for the bonus, it does go to the Royal Brussels, and that's a very clever shot. That's actually worked much better than I think Safi thought it was going to, because he sort of shaped for a bit of a ramp, turned it into a reverse sweep, and he's got it nice and fine between keeper and the fine leg. Good shot in the end. 109 for 6, still 7 legal deliveries to come in this game, 36 runs needed. So if someone can wind up and hit 6 sixes, then you have to say Royal Brussels, they deserve the win. That's going to be very, very tough to do. So here we go. Last ball of the 9th. And just been mishit just down for a single, and that's all for the 9th over. So we go to the last 35 runs needed from 6 deliveries. The maths is pretty straightforward on this one, and anyway you look at it, that is a mountain to climb. And to see who's going to be facing and see how they handle this one. So it needs to be 6 sixes in a row. No tall order there. Oh, I spy Luke Belgium in the chat. Hello there, Luke. Hope you're well. I know you've had a few little niggles in the last few months, so it's good to see you there in the chat. And yeah, I hope you're doing okay. And how cool is it that we've got cricket going on in your part of the world too. Have a look at the bowling figures there. It's been a pretty good bowling display from this team. Ravindran, the only person to miss out on getting wickets, so he's had, even though he's missed out, the rest of the bowlers have done the job here, defending a pretty good score on the board. 144 that they put on the board earlier, looked like it was going to be easily defended, and unfortunately for Royal Brussels, it kind of is panning out that way. And that dot ball is the final statement of that, because that is going to mean, barring some absolutely crazy, ridiculous infringement of the bowler many, many times over, Royal Brussels are going to go down here to the 12 Stars. We're going to get a good win. A couple of dots in a row, just to sort of put paid to that. It's Good to see Faraz Khan coming on. Didn't get a chance to see him with the bat, so he's getting the chance to bowl the 10th. Well, goes for that reverse again. This time he gets every bit of that, and that's a pretty good Maximo there. Unfortunately, it's too little too late. Just in the chat, I can see someone asking if there's another match. There is one more match after this one. That starts at 9:15 local time, which is about 31 minutes from now. Although by the time you guys hear me say that, it'd be about 30 minutes. How about that? So 9:15 local time in about 30 minutes time. Tries to replicate that previous shot. Afzal Safi, he's got a few runs by playing that shot. This time he misses. So 2 more to come. 116 for 6 is the score on the board. They're 29 runs shy of where they need to be, our Royal Brussels. And 12 Stars are going to pick up 3 points here from this match number 10. Shouts a catch. It's going to go through the covers and across the boundary line for 4 runs, but that's pretty academic now. It's now 25 runs from the last ball needed to pinch the win. They're not going to do that. And that's pretty much all that she wrote. 120. It's not bad scoring. They've come good towards the end with a bit of lusty hitting, but the game was kind of gone probably about 2 or 3 overs ago. I think when Memond was dismissed, that was the time when even the 12s, as you could see, they were very joyous about that. They knew that was probably the only person left who could possibly do something there. Well, Khan here, he's put the foot out, he's worn one, and he's going to be shaking that one off, I think. He's probably stopped the boundary, though, to be fair, and that is a good way to finish. So 121 for 6 is the Royal Brussels response, chasing 145 for a win, and they're going to fall short. Still, they get the bonus point. They do get 1 point out of this match, but 3 points going to the team 12 Stars Hofstadter. The hosts, looking pretty good about that. And just remember, there is another match coming up in about half an hour's time, and that is going to be the second of the doubleheader. There it is there, match 11. And you can see there is a lot of work for Royal Brussels here. They're currently winless. They've only got a couple of bonus points, as I said a few moments ago, so they need to work hard to try to get a win here against this team. And 12 Stars, you sort of just get the feeling they're starting to just find a little bit of form here with the bat and with the ball. So it's all positive for them at the moment as we roll the highlight reel. And, well, for Royal Brussels, a little bit frustrating, I think, because they just didn't have someone who could really power things along. You look at the batting card previously for the 12 Stars. You have, Sazard, who got a good 44, Khalid Ahmadi with, I think, a 39 not out. These sorts of things. And this is what Royal Brussels didn't have. They didn't have someone who could really get in control here. You saw there it was a Rohan Ravindran take a catch, outfield catch. He got 3 outfield catches in the end, and he had done really well patrolling the boundary line here. There was a drop catch, almost a run out. There was a few bits and pieces, just a few little things for 12 Stars to clean up in terms of their fielding and their general gameplay. But otherwise, this is a pretty good performance from them. Lovely slow aboard that one from Shehzad. It really can make the batter look a little bit silly when that happens. And yeah, we saw a couple of good clean hits as well. But there's a fair bit to do here for Royal Brussels. To me, that's the story here. They've got a fair bit to do to try to feel good about themselves. They need to come away with a win from the next game. I think if they don't, then they're going to have played 4 games with no losses, and the bottom of the table is a very lonely place to be sitting at the end of 5 days of action. So, as we get to the end of the highlights here, you can see there's a few happy smiles around the place. High fives all around for the 12 Stars people. They know they've done well to get the 3 points. That'll put them on 10 points on the standings, the same as Beveren. But obviously Beveren will have a much better net run rate than 12 Stars. So that's where it's going to be. Have a look there. That little cameo at the end there, 32 of 13 from the wicketkeeper Mohammad Afzal Safi, who's into the side. That was good. Maybe if he had come in a bit early, might have seen something a little bit different. But in the end, it was the top order who failed. Mustafa Mahmoud and Jamil Saeed looked dangerous, but couldn't go on with it. And that was trouble. In the bowling department, Faraz Khan, who bowled that last over, doesn't get a wicket. Neither does the person who bowled at the top there, Rohan Ravindra, and everyone else picked up wickets. 2 for Kogyani, 2 for Ravi Thaplial, and 1 for Ahmadi and Shehzad. A good display from 12 Stars. So we have a look at the summary, just to remind ourselves of what happened here. 12 Stars Hofstad at 144 for 4, and they get a 23-run win over Royal Brussels, who can only muster 121 for 6, and they don't get close enough, unfortunately, for them. So that is the state of play. That's match 10 done and dusted. We now look ahead to match 11, which is going to come your way at 8:45. That's in about 25 minutes time. So that's enough time for me to go off and find maybe another cup of coffee, and maybe have just a light snack, nothing too heavy. Just get me ready for the next call. It's again Royal Brussels taking on 12 Stars Hofstad. Don't go too far, but yeah, maybe just go get yourself a nice little beverage. I hope you're having a really good Friday night wherever you are around the world watching. And isn't it cool though? I've had a little bit of internet in the last couple of minutes, so I can see a few messages and a few people chatting there in the chat, and it's good to see you all out there as well. Hope you've had a good day. There's been action in Malta with the finals. There's been women's T20 action. Now you've got action under lights. The lights will be switched on any minute now, so please join me, Phil G, for the European Cricket Network in about 20 minutes time for the start of match number 11. The lights will be on and the players will be out there ready to entertain you again and to showcase what they can do. It's Belgian ball, baby, and we're back, and we're looking forward to that one. I'll see you shortly. Don't go too far.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
So welcome back to Match 11 and cricket viewers around the world. Wonderful to have your company. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, and this is the ECS Belgium. As I said, Match 11 coming your way very shortly. It's the second of the double headers tonight. 12 Stars Hofstadter are going to take on the Royal Brussels team, and this is another big match for these two teams to try to put their foot down in the standings here and make sure that they are in the top pack. The top three go through to finals next weekend on Sunday the 11th, so you want to be in that top three. The other three below there, that's it, your tournament's over. So it's a big deal to get points nice and early. Don't want to be chasing the pack. So this game important, and so why don't we get over to our tournament referee for the coin toss and see what happens. Shub, you take it away.
12 stars to call. Tails is the call. And it is.
We will have a bat first.
Brussels won the toss and will have a bat first.
Thanks very much for that, Shub. You see it there on your screens. Royal Brussels, they do win the toss and they're going to go have a bat first. And that's probably a good idea for them to do that. Need to go out there and make a lot of runs now, as they were unsuccessful in that chase. They were chasing 144 in the previous match, match 10 in case you missed it. And they're going to go out there and build a big score. There's the fantasy dashboard. And it is just one change for both teams. 12 Stars, they've got Godbola coming in to the side. And for the Royal Brussels, they've got Oriakel. He comes in, and that's going to help strengthen their batting. Well, he's a bit of an all-rounder, actually, so Nor will be well needed if they do get there, but they're going to need a lot from their batters. And 12 Stars, so they need to hold it together here when they're bowling first. And Supercomputer likes 12 Stars, especially after that previous performance. In match number 10, interesting enough, the Supercomputer couldn't split the two at the start of the match. It was a 50-50 win prediction. And this one's now gone pretty heavily in favour of 12 Stars. Phil G here for you at the lovely Stars Arena here in Hofstadter for the continuation of this night number 5, match 11 about to start very shortly. And right now, as I speak, there's a little bit of internet coming my way from, I know, the internet gods. They're sending my way. I can see there's people in the chat. Ian Smullen, Paul Kempen, good evening to you. Julian Dawson, hello there to Rob Thompson tuning in from New Zealand. Glad you got some clear sky there too, by the way. Hello there, Kev. And of course, hello to Sky, who's joined as well. Good to see you all as well. And everyone else who I may have missed, please give me a shout out, and I'll give you an equal shout out as long as I can keep the internet running here. I don't know why it comes and goes. I guess it's just that the breeze is going in the right direction for me at this point in time. It happened last night. Funny enough, at this same stage last night, as you all who were tuning in last night remember, I was here for 3 games yesterday, and for most of the first 2 games had nothing. And then the last game, finally, something happened. Anyway, let's talk about the cricket. What's coming up here? It's match 11. It's the Royal Brussels who have been batting. They're going to start things off pretty shortly. They've just come off a loss. They had a 23-run loss to the 12 Stars. But match 11 starts right now. And that's been hit very hard. A nice pull shot around the corner there, all the way along the deck. Just a nice little starter there for Manib, the skipper. Gets down low. He's already a short man, so he gets down even lower and just really gets behind that one and gives it a good wallop. And so Godbola, who picked up a few wickets the other night, picked up a 3-fer. Did quite well indeed. Hello to Johnny He's joined the chat as well. Good to see you. And Sky saying it's almost noon. Sky, of course, based over in the US. Shout to catch it. Here's a wicket to start things off. The second ball of the innings. And there's a hug there for Shehzad, who takes a pretty comfortable catch in the end. No panic there whatsoever. A few smiles around. And oh, poor old Manib. He's not had a good tournament as the skipper for Royal Brussels. And it did not go anywhere where he wanted. He was looking to put that one into a similar spot, backward of square leg. And all he does, he gets a leading edge. and caught in around about the point position there. So disappointing for Manib. His day with the bat is done and dusted. He's going to have to just turn to the rest of his players and say, come on guys, need to make some runs here, get into it. It was a good ball too, by the way, from God Bowler, because it was moving away from the right-hander, sorry, from the left-hander, and just that shot was not the right shot to be played. So Jamil Saeed, he's at the non-striker's end watching this unfold, and it's going to be that man Sheikh, who's at the striker's end, just coming there. Sheraz shouts a catch. Oh, could have been 2 and 2. In the end, it's a boundary, 4 runs. Just for a second there. And look at this. Couldn't be stopped. It was there was no chance of a catch. I mean, shouts a catch, that's one thing. But yeah, there was no one within 10 metres of where that ball landed. It was more sort of just out of, well, that spin hit in the air. What a chance that could have been. So, a couple of boundaries and a wicket so far in this first over. Interestingly poised. Swing and a miss. Shiraz Sheikh is trying to shake things up a bit here. That was a bit too easy, wasn't it, to say that? But that's exactly what he's trying to do. Rob Thompson from New Zealand tuning in, saying it's 6:45. He's looking forward to the sunrise here. 6 degrees. Wow, clear sky, rain gone. That's a catch this time. Oh, came in to take the catch, and in doing so, he's left the boundary line unattended, and Sazad Hassan has grasped it, has not protected the boundary either. So that's 4 runs. So this over is now worth 12. There's been a big wicket in it though. There's 1 more to come. And that's a wide, so it's still got 1 more to come. So Rob Thompson, I understand it's duck season in New Zealand. Always makes me think of that famous Bugs Bunny Daffy Duck cartoon. And if we had sort of, if this was a feed where there was no delay, we could have that whole conversation, and it'd be a little bit of fun. I always find that comical. Last ball of the over coming up. Lofted, and I'm not going to move because that's going to go way over the commentary position. And right into the commentary hut. There you go. So it fell on its trajectory and it just hit the side of the tent and collected there by Rohan Ravindran. No problem at all. He watched it just drop in, gave me a bit of a look and thought, why aren't you jumping out of your seat? Because I could see exactly where it was going and it just hit the side of the hut. So tomorrow in Prague, you've got Czechia, Cyprus going head-to-head, the women there in the Central European Cup. Usually we reserve that for the men, but this time it's going to be the women's chance to play for the trophy, and it's two matches there, matches 3 and 4, Czechia women versus Cyprus women, one after the other. First match starts at 9:45 local time there, which is 7:45 GMT and 13:15 India Standard Time. 2 matches, Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo taking care of business. Alongside him will be Danny Hudacek, so please tune in for that and give the women all the support they need. They're working very, very hard. They love their cricket. A lot of positivity coming out of Vinosh today. That's been hit, miss hit in the air. Should be falling just in front of a desperate attempt from Shehzad, trying to get to that to maybe get a second catch. Ravi in the picture there, the skipper had a grin on his face. He's thinking, oh, you know what, we're looking pretty good here. I reckon he's feeling quite confident, to be honest. Really confident because things are looking pretty good. I think 12 stars are looking comfortable. There is 20 on the board, don't get me wrong, but they all enjoy their cricket, and that could have easily gone to hand. But it pulls the false shot. That's the most important thing. So Shiraz Sheikh just watchful there. It's a leave, not an over complicated leave. Just watching the ball go past. Ravindran, who's usually the person who opens the bowling, gave way for Godbola, who opened the bowling instead. Now he's coming to bowl the second over. That time, that's a good leave because that's a wide. Kev with a good comment there about poor Derek. No wonder he's in hiding. Yeah, I would suggest that Derek's gone into a witness protection program. I think that's what eventually happened to poor old Derek. And the next time we see him, he'll be heavily disguised, maybe a little bit of plastic surgery. Swing and a miss, but it is a wide ball. Yep, so I think Kev, you're onto something there. No wonder he's in hiding, I agree. I think that was my original theory about Derek. He'd seen something he shouldn't, put into witness protection, shipped to the other side of the world, given some plastic surgery, and a nice little cushy job in a 7-Eleven somewhere alongside Elvis. Taken on the body, that one. Just cannons away for a leg bye. Umpire will give us the signal. There it is. 22 for 1 is the score. A few wides creeping into Ravindran's bowling here. Just needs to be careful there. That's been hit nicely. There is protection there. That's good work from Kogani. I've said that so many times this week already because he's a gun in the outfield. He knows how to do a good sliding fielding manoeuvres to stop the boundaries from being scored. He's a bit of a live wire in the field as well, and he's a good bowler too. Picked up a couple of wickets in the previous game and very much in the game too. Draws the miss hit. Good delivery that. Good over this from Ravindran. He's bowled a couple of wides, but apart from that, he's been quite tight with the bowling. Very good indeed. He's got one more to come. The score is 24 for 1. The run rate is at around about 13, but things are dried up in this over after a pretty expensive first over. Well, he's bowled that one full, and that is a bit of a gift. And that's landed the other side of the European Cricket Network banner. You see it there, just goes right over our lovely banner there. Put perfectly on the fence there. That's the fence for the football field. 2 football fields here, by the way, when you see the wide shot, there you go. 2 football fields with an AstroTurf right down the centre, and that is the 12 Stars Cricket Club home ground. They share it with the Hofstadter Football Club as well here. And it's been a good bit of negotiation to get that happening. Let's have a look at the standings. 12 Stars, they're on 10 points alongside Beveren, but Beveren with a much more superior net run rate. And Royal Brussels languishing at the bottom. They're 2 points astray at the bottom. Going to be wanting to get 3 points here today to get off the bottom and move along if they can. But it's a big deal for them. Don't think they'd want to finish this week without having a win. This is only their 4th game, so it's still early for them. 10 games per team. But you don't want to be chasing the pack in the second week. It's just going to make it so much more difficult. Ian Smullen, good comment there. Derek was obviously owned by a previous broadcast company. Yeah, the theories on Derek are wild, but some of them are quite plausible. Shouts a catch, it's been elevated. It's going to pick the gap though, and it's going to run away to the boundary line despite close attention between the mid-off and the cover fielder. So it was good placement, albeit maybe slightly mishit, but doesn't matter. It's still 4 runs in the book. That's going to make the batters a little bit happy there. Bit quiet over at the Royal Brussels dugout. They're not having a lot to cheer about. Again, they're looking for someone explosive to really get amongst the runs. I reckon it's Sheikh. I reckon it's him. He's the one to do it. Well, Jamil Saeed is trying. He's hit that down the ground. And Ali Raza, who patrols that area of the ground at long on, fields it cleanly. Yeah, I think it's going to have to be Shazad Sheikh. He's a big hitter. Saw him play a really good innings, belted a very quick fire 30-odd the other night against Beveren of all teams. So we know he's capable. He needs to get the opportunities. He's got 20 from 8. So here we go. Oh, good change of pace. Has to make the batter change and adjust as well. God bowler bowling very clever there. Really clever indeed. Johnny here in the chat mentioning that ECN photographer Diana Otis took a picture of him and Rico. I saw that picture. Very nice one, Johnny. You guys looking absolutely sensational in your Peacock Friday shirts. I hope people managed to catch a little sort of glimpse of my Peacock Friday shirt. I really pulled out all the stops with this one. I think it's a pretty good one. You might have seen it at the top. Actually, during the introduction of the first match, I even sort of pulled the jacket open a little bit just to reveal it. So I'm hoping you all enjoyed that. Phil G, After Dark. Good delivery. Good bowling, this. The shot stumps hits the back of the leg of the batter. apologies all round from both fielder and the batter raised his hand to say, yep, no problem at all. That was the skipper, Ravi. He just there he is. Good sportsmanship, just to quickly note that that's what happened. Said, sorry, not intentional, never was intentional. One more to come in the power play, 37 on the board with a loss of 1 wicket for the Royal Brussels team. What can they get here? Well, that's a bit of a gundy ball, and that has been swatted, absolutely swatted out of the park. And I said this last night, for sometimes you get this sort of situation where, well, one of our ball boys had a bit of luck there because it's hit something and bounced back, but that actually was almost going to go deep into the undergrowth near that light tower, just at the high right of the screen there. That's where it went to. I was going to say, put a rope around the ball boy when he goes into the forest, because we'll never see him again. So that's the power play done. 43 off it. That's a good power play. Run rate at 14.33. Good couple of overs there. 19 off the first over, and then 11 and 13. So Royal Brussels doing okay here. Doing pretty good indeed, I'd say. Let's see what can happen now. Sheikh, he's on 21 from 10. Saeed, with that boundary, goes to 13 from 6. Got bowler finishes with 1 for 32 from his 2. It's going to be Kogyani. The live wire comes on. Hits that across the line. It's 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and across the boundary line. So he's managed to split the 2 fielders out there, the deep mid wicket and the long on. And he's placed that really well. Didn't get a lot of it. Obviously, it went for 4, but he's a big hitter. He's played a couple of really big shots the other night, sending it over the scaffolding at one point. And I think he's probably solely responsible for losing, I think, 3 Grizzlies that night too. Well, that's another one. That's going to come into the hands of Rohan Ravindran, who takes a very comfortable catch in the end. He looks down at the boundary line rope, as he did in the previous game. It was almost a bit of a deja vu moment for me, because I thought, that's it. I've already seen this. This has already happened in my mind. It happened in the previous game. He took a catch exactly in that same position, and after he took the catch, he just looked down, saw the rope, and smiled and thought, yes, I've taken that one very well. I thought that was going to clear the commentary hut. It was coming straight towards me, exactly me. Would have probably smashed into, well, it wouldn't have smashed the monitor because it went so high, it would have probably plugged and ended up plugging in the hands of the fielder. And that's what counts. Good catch, brings the false shot, and unfortunately for Royal Brussels, that man Shaky doesn't get to kick on and make a big score. And that's not good for them. They really wanted him to stick around. If he could have stuck around until, say, the middle overs, they could have been on for a good score. And in the end, he gets 25 from 12. That's going to be a wide ball. He's pushing that just slightly a bit too wide there. A bit of chat around the ground. 2 wickets have fallen. 48 on the board, so the run rate's good. 14.4. Power score here is about 130 at the moment. I did have a little bit of a look at the stats earlier, and maybe we'll get that stats graph up for you a little bit later on today. We can talk about that, having a look and seeing that, yeah, the power score is about 130 at the moment, and the Maximos are heavily outweighing the 4s, as also you'd expect to. Just waits on that one for a moment and then clobbers it over the cover infield. 1 bounce and 4 runs. Nice shot, that one. You see just this slight little pause here. There. Just a momentary pause just to line that one up. It was a little bit shorter. Had to adjust ever so slightly rather than sort of go through with the original shot. But that little split second of hesitation, well, not hesitation, a split second of adjustment for timing. And it was hit lovely. 50 up there for the team. Well, the Royal Brussels, they're 52 for 2 in the 4th. This time goes lakeside, deep mid-wicket, which gets a lot of work out here. And that is almost taken by one of our ball boys there. He's put it down. Have to probably ask him to go and do 10 push-ups now for dropping that catch. Very Corey Rutgers-esque in his attempt to catch that one. Puts it down, grasses it, looks around to see who was watching. The world was watching. That's what we can tell him. Everybody saw it. Kogyani now. Still got 2 to come in this over. work behind the wickets there. Still got 2 to come, so that is now called a wide by the umpire. Scores up to 59 for 2. Getting some good acceleration here. TP's been no slouch with the bat. Been pretty impressed with him. Getting him, he gets a chance to get out there, get amongst the runs. Hit down the ground there. Just there's protection deep there. Ali Raza takes care of that. So that's 60 up. Still got 1 more to come in the 4th. So Saeed's on 13, TP's on 11. Brussels pushing ahead. The run rate is over 15, so the run rate's where they want to be. But they need to get these batters to hang on here and stick around and build a big total and set a sizable task for the 12 stars when they get their chance later on this evening. Lights are on here. Well, you can actually see the shadows on the ground there. The lights are on here. They've been on since pretty much the end of the previous match. Zip down the ground. Oh, it hits a bit of a sand trap there. Otherwise, that was coming like a rocket along the ground, and that has given some assistance to the fielders. Watch this again. Watch the, you probably won't see it from that angle, but the puff of dust that came up with that drive. Watch this there. That has really helped big time. So that has slowed the ball down, coming down towards the comms position, and it's helped the fielder, Rohan Ravindran, who had just had to reset slightly, but he's done a good job. And speaking of good jobs, I think the Royal Brussels doing pretty well. The run rate's at 15 1/4, looking pretty good. 61 for 2 on the board after 4. And these two, the battle plan seems to be working quite well here, and they're forging ahead, which is good to see. The partnership is it's only been around for, what's that, 14 run partnership, so it's only just started. But if they can forge on here, considering they just lost Sherar Sheikh, who was a big hitter, so if they can kick on, yeah, could be trouble here. Now, Tuplial brings himself back on, the hat-trick taker of yesterday. Swings hard, shouts of easy there as it goes along the ground. Miss hit along the ground there. And Sazad obliges with an easy underarm throw in. Here we go again. Stumps have been rocked back as TP goes to elevate and put it out of the ground, and this has not happened as he would have liked, and he's lost his middle stump. Just exposes all the pegs, and the ball just goes straight through him, as you'd expect. The left arm spinner gets it through the right-hander. Look at that, just straight through him, down on one knee, head not really steady, and doesn't deliver it very well. So that is a big wicket as well. So that puts paid to the comment I made before about these two needing to stay together and really put a good partnership together. It hasn't happened like that, and Royal Brussels are searching now for another partnership to try to build up this this total. The run rate at the moment is not bad. It's still pretty good. I think it's still over 15, but it's about keeping that momentum. But 12 stars here with these wickets that they're picking up. Yep, it's now under 15, so 14.3. Which is, yeah, it starts to go the wrong way now. And suddenly when you get to the 6th and 7th over and you realise you still haven't got anywhere close to 100, yeah, teams start to panic. And then they lose wickets, and it's that just slowly falling away, and the fielding team get on top slowly and slowly. Anyway, let's see how it all turns out here. 62 for 3 inside the 5th. And the skipper, Thaplial, gets a wicket. Let's see if he can continue to add to his wicket total. He's probably the highest wicket taker in this tournament at the moment. I'll check that at some point, maybe during the match break, the innings break, sorry. Oh, there's a dog on the field. The dog better. Oh, that was close. There is a dog on the field, over, not quite on the field, but he's over there on the leg side. And I thought if he sees that white ball coming out to him, he may go after it. And he's not on a leash, and his owner is trying to tease him with a tennis ball. So that could have been a problem. As it is, it's all good. That was a big hit too. Shouts of how's that? We're going to go upstairs and have a look, but now that's interesting because the skipper, he he didn't appeal, and he even signalled no. Watch this. Yeah, I think he's okay though. I think that bat is grounded, so I think that will be shown as not out. But it was just the body language from the bowler. It was as though he was trying to say no appeal. That's fine. And then when umpire gave the indication of the video replay, he sort of threw his head back as though to say, oh no. But he's going to be fine. It looks like he's in. Unless the umpire sees something that I didn't. They're just having a chat, the two umpires. No, he hasn't given a soft signal. Hasn't given the soft signal of not out, but it's obviously not out. So it's been hit down the ground, and good work there from Ravindran to get around to that one. Hello there to John Gray. Just joined us just then. Good to see you. You joined just as my chat just got reconnected as well. How about that for timing? Abir Kumar asking the question about why ECSN aren't at RBCC. I'm sure there's good reason for that. I'm sure there's been discussions about that as well. Good work on the boundary line. That's terrific work. Puts in the slide and stops that ball from getting through. And he gets a generous round of applause. That is Sharma, who made every bit of ground to get to that one. He's patrolling that cover boundary all by himself. And he's done a terrific job to knock that one down. That's 5 overs gone, 71 for 3 on the board as we have a look ahead to Malta. And it's going to be the Malta men and women in ECI action tomorrow. So Malta women are hosting the Croatian women, and the Malta men are hosting the Estonian men. And you can see there's the matches one after the other, with the women starting things off, and then the men, then the women, then the men, then the women. So the women have got 3 games tomorrow. The men have got 2 games, Malta versus Estonia men, and Malta versus Croatia, the women's there. So tune in for that. Some good action, ECI action down there in Malta over 2 days over this weekend. You've also got the T20 action going on in Czech Republic, in Vinoj, my home ground. I know that ground very well. And of course, you're going to have more action here tomorrow night as we go into night number 6 tomorrow. And we're going to see the return of Beveren tomorrow night. Talk a bit more about those games later. Shouts to catch it. Rohan Ravindran goes in and takes yet another catch. I'm losing count because I think that's his 5th catch of this evening. I think that's his 2nd catch of this match. He took 3 in the previous. Or maybe I've lost one. Maybe it's taken 6. I need to go back and check that. Now, he's hurt his right hand. He did this last night as well, and purposely puts his right hand behind his back and says, look, you're going to give me a high five. Hit the left hand, please. Yeah, it just stings as it goes into the hands there, but still takes a good catch. Well taken indeed. Hello to Tim Harmer, who joins the chat as well. Good to see you. And good to see everybody out there as well. Hope you're having a lovely Friday evening wherever you are. Or a good Saturday morning as well. Hope you're doing okay. I just had a quick yell out to Rohan, just asked him how he is. He's still wringing that hand out in front of me there. Just went in a little bit awkwardly. That's been hit hard, and 1 bounce, 4 runs through the vacant cover area. Nice shot, that one. Oh, that's good. I can see it's Raja Saklain Tasawa. He's in the chat. Hello there, Raja. Hope you're well. Yep, I will see you on Sunday. Looking forward to catch up with you and your teammates. And you turn up here for another big evening. That's going to be night number 7. So everyone in the chat, be nice to that man. Very good player. Enjoyed watching you batting here in the field. Shouts a catch. Just 1 bounce. Oh, it's through 2 players, and that's gone across the boundary. Oh, that is disappointing. I've got a funny feeling, though, that it's maybe sort of been deflected, and therefore the backup fielder couldn't get around to cover it. That's maybe what happened. Have a look again. Just swings hard at this one. So, yeah, I think it maybe took a slight deflection there. Bamboozled the second fielder. Royal Brussels just really, the batters are just swinging really hard now, just trying to connect with everything. This is going to turn into a bit of Belgian ball now. And that may be exactly what they need. The score goes up to 80. The run rate is at 14, so it's not going too badly. Well, it takes the hand off the bat there, but that is going to go all the way. That's a big strike. Just strays onto the leg side. It was short as well, and helped on its way. Gets a good thick deflection. Takes it probably taken from the middle of the bat. So Faraz here. This over's starting to get a bit expensive now. It started okay, but just the last couple of balls have been a little bit wayward. He's gone for 15. The score is 86 now. Run rate pushing closer to 15. It's more like a full defensive push down the ground. Goes through the vacant mid-off area. Good throw to the keeper, though, keeping the man at the strikers end honest as they turned and tried to sneak maybe another run there. That was Sefat who was looking to get back. In the end, it's the 6 overs have now been bowled, so the 6 overs gone 87 for 4. Saeed is still out there on 24. So he's kicking on. He's the man who needs to take this game away from the 12 stars. Needs to work really hard here with his fellow batter and get into the runs. So if Shagharai Sefat can get going as well, he's got 9 from 3, so he's doing okay. He's only been there for a few deliveries though, but if these two can put together a good partnership and push us into the 120s, 130s, that's going to be a really good run chase coming your way, or coming our way, in about half an hour's time. Let's hope so. Let's hope so for the sake of the game and also for the Royal Brussels too. Got him. Got him. How many times have we seen wickets fall like that to the bowling of that man? Tuplial gets another one, and we've seen this so many times. The right-handed batsman just not getting to the pitch of the ball properly against the left arm action of this bowler. He's got so many wickets. I'm sure he's at the top of the bowling of the wicket takers in this tournament. That is massive. It's really massive too, because it's that man, Jamil Saeed, who really needed to stay there. He's got himself 24 runs from 12. He needed to stick around. He was just starting to sort of pick things up a bit there, striking at 200, but he's done now. Yep, that delivery, it's a carbon copy of probably about 4 other wickets I've seen Ravi take in this competition. It's a deceiving delivery. And for the right-hander, their eyes light up when they see the flight. They just completely do miss it. Shouts a catch. And it's done. That's 2 in 2. So Hossan takes a good catch on the boundary line rope. And that's 2 in 2. And here we go again. Thuplial is on the verge of potentially another hat-trick. Let's see if he can get himself etched into the Hall of Fame for a second time in 2 days. And now for the Royal Brussels, this is really a big problem here. Afzal, oh no, I feel bad now because Safi's gone, and Safi put a really good score, a really good cameo in the previous game. And unfortunately, he's not going to be able to replicate that. He was playing the reverse shots, the reverse sweeps. I think he put on like a good cameo, like 27, or a very quick time. But he's gone now. There's the hat-trick Hall of Fame. You can see there, number 18. There's Ravi Thuplial. He's going to look to add himself to this one again. How about that if you can get it on twice? Hat-trick ball coming up. Oh, yeah, it was a good delivery. Just flicked away, pushed down into the ground and flicked away just onto the leg side. So no hat-trick for that man. And he's still got a few deliveries to go. He's got 3 for 11 now. 3 deliveries to come. You never know what can happen here. Sefat is facing. Elevates, goes downtown. 1 bounce straight to the hands of Ali Raza, patrolling the long on area. Oh, that's short, and that is punished. That is heavily punished. Just, you can see by his body language, he knows he's let himself down there just with that delivery. It was too short, it was too straight, and it sits up and it says, where do you want to put me? And Zihad obliges and says, I want to put you over the square leg boundary, and he does. 95 for 6, end of the 7th. Chance of 1-1-1, that's going to get through. 2 fielders who converge, but they can't stop the ball going between them. It bisected them perfectly. And the score then is going to race to 99 now after the full 7 overs now been bowled. 3 overs to come. And they are 1 shy of the triple digits. I expect Royal Brussels to get that, but they're 99 for 6. They have lost wickets along the way. So let's have a look at what's happening on Saturday night action here at the Hofstadter Stadium here. It's Beveren going to take on the Brussels Warriors. So we're looking forward to that match. Beveren are going to be here on Saturday night, and they're also back on Sunday night as well, by the way. So they're picking up, they've got a busy weekend here in Hofstadter at the Stars Arena. Brussels Warriors, we're very keen to get stuck into them. Having a chat with the Brussels Warriors the other night after they turned up here, and they were talking about how keen they were to get stuck into Beveren. Even talked about how they fancy themselves. I said, no, you wait and see. Watch what we do here. We're not scared of them. Good work in the field there. Gets down and saves a certain boundary and gets the ball back. Almost could have affected a run out too. Well, there's one person out there who's very keen to get to the striker's end. And is that man there at the non-striker who's holding his hands in there and saying, why couldn't we have taken another run? Shagharai Sefat, he doesn't want to be at the non-striker's end. He's so keen to get back. And you know what? If the opportunity is not there, you can't do much about it. 100 up though. 100 for 6 in the 8th. Both these batters on 11 runs, and both these batters with a bit of work to do now. Dot ball. Hosson bowls a good one there, gets it through the batter. So the run rate is now below 14. So a couple of boundaries here and there, but unfortunately there's more dots and wickets tumbling. That's gone straight up in the air. There's a chance for a catch, or is it going to go all the way? Now, I reckon that has been really well saved from a certain Maximo. And is that Ali Raza who's gotten around, and he's been the sacrifice to try to knock it back into play. And it's been successfully fielded by Rohan, who has then got the throw back in. Look at this. Off the bat, that looked like a Maximo. Watch it coming down. That's really good work there on the boundary line rope. I reckon that's okay. I think the umpires are going to concur and say, yes, that's all good. And do my eyes deceive me, or is this a pizza delivery coming over to the commentary unit? No, my eyes do deceive me. Unfortunately, they couldn't save that one. I thought they were going to try to duplicate what had happened just in that previous ball. This one had a bit more oomph into it, a bit more elevation, and that has gone over for a Maximo. And actually, dinner was delivered to me, and it was actually pizza. And one of the Blue crew gave me a little bit of a look when I suggested it's a pizza delivery man coming over. We love the Blue crew. They do a great job. I'm one of them, so of course we love the Blue crew. They do a fantastic job. And that ball's just going to get away from the bowler there. So Royal Brussels, they're pushing along here. The run rate's going to just drop just slightly below 14 again. Good work though from Hosson to try to get down to stop that. And took a bit of pace off that one. Last ball of the 8th coming up. And it's a dot ball. Dot ball's a good ball. Sazan Hosson delivers for his team. Only 9 runs from that over. And it is 108 for 6 with 2 more overs to go. Royal Brussels looking to put the foot down if they can and try to accelerate in these final overs. They've got a fair bit to do though. Kevin, the chat, is starting the hashtag saying free Derek. Oh, that's the kind of thing we want to see. Nice one. And have a look at that run rate. You can see there where the problem is. It's losing the wickets regularly. 4, 5, 6 and 2 wickets in 7. And that downward trajectory of the... well, actually, it's not just a downward trajectory in those last couple of overs. It's also the fact that it never really got above 15 from over 2 onwards. And it just sort of bobbed along. And slowly now it's ticked downwards. I think now it's probably down below 14. Yep, 13.5. Right on cue. Going downtown again. This time it's going to... go right into the hands of that man there, Ali Raza, who patrols that area along with his counterpart, Rohan Ravindran. The two of them, basically almost like my 2 best friends fielding in front of the commentary unit here. Ali Raza takes a pretty good catch in the end. Just couldn't quite get all of that one. good elevation, but doesn't get the forward momentum. That now goes right into the hands. That's a good wicket. So 7th wicket falls. Safat can't continue there. 18 from 8. He was looking dangerous, looking like he's picking things up, striking the ball hard. Done a small little cameo here, but again, a bunch of cameos aren't always going to get you a good score, and they need someone to stick around and really power this total up, and that's what they're lacking, the Royal Brussels. It's the one thing they're missing from their arsenal. They need to find someone who can do that. Someone who can stick around and make a good 40 or even a 50. Well, I'm not sure how that missed everything. I'm asking the question, how did that miss? And I think everyone is as well. That's, wow. 108 for 7, 10 legal deliveries to come. Yeah, that's a great delivery. Oh, dear. Oh, it's being clipped off the toes, and Khan, you have strayed. And that is going into the forest, over the dugout. I was tempted to yell out Khan a little bit louder there. I don't want to give away all my good stuff. Not this early in the piece. Obviously referencing Star Trek 2, The Wrath of Khan. If you've seen that, you know what I'm talking about. If you haven't seen it, do yourself a favour. 114 for 7, still 9 deliveries to come. The run rate is currently 13.4. And Khan, he's got 2 for 22. So I can say Richie Beno one more time. Clipped away, just going to be one. Yep, nice and easy to shout there. Thuplipal, he comes in and just gets the ball back nice and quick. Noor Oyakel, who's into the side today for this match. See what he can do. Shapes to play the ramp, and he may have ramped it straight into the hands of the fielder. I think he has, who runs around with a massive smile on his face. Can't believe his luck. He's stayed in the fielder play as well, and affects a really good catch. Well, played the ramp, but unfortunately he's ramped it straight down his throat. Played it quite well in the end, but unfortunately needed a lot more of that one. Have a look at this turning circle here. Just skirts the boundary line, points to the sky, and says, "You little beauty." Noor was just double checking to make sure it was taken. Rajput has taken a pretty good catch there. It's almost like the trap was set. It all just came together nice and easily. It's like you know, from the A-team when Hannibal says, "I love it when a plane comes together." I bet that's exactly what the 12 Stars people are saying. All right, mosquitoes are starting to come into the tent now. I'm going for the fly swatter. I did give it a clean today, so I feel like this is a fresh start. I really feel like I've been bitten a little bit on the back, so I definitely needed this one. Stumps, smashed back. That is an emphatic wicket. That is amazing. So amazing scenes, because Razak's gone for a first bowler, and we could finish with a hat trick here. He's got one opportunity, has Khan. He's going to bowl his final ball, and it's going to be at the number 11 batter for Royal Brussels. He's every chance to pick up a hat trick here. Get himself into the Hall of Fame if he can. And this has been a very good display from 12 Stars. A couple of overs ago, things were starting to get away from them just ever so slightly. No need for a panic or anything like that. But Royal Brussels put the foot down around sort of overs 6 and 7 because they had to. And now there's every chance that Faraz Khan, he may get himself into that list there, that 2025 Hall of Famer hat tricks. Is he going to be the 20th player to get a hat trick for the 2025 season? Umpires are having a chat here. I'm pretty sure there's still one to come. Or have we miscounted? Let's have a little look here. Has there been a miscount with the... I think there has been a miscount. So that was the end of the over. So I was a bit confused there, because on the score card on the screen in front of me, that said there was one more ball to come. Well, there you go. There you go indeed. I still think there is one more to come. I'm not convinced the umpires have got this right. I think there's one more to come. They're going to prove me wrong. They're having a conversation now, just double checking with tournament referee. What do you think, chat? Have I miscounted? Yeah, I think he's got an opportunity here. Because from what I can see, they might prove me wrong. Maybe there was a bit of a problem with the scoring there. Maybe something was missed. Just going back and having a look then. Just working through the numbers there and just seeing. Yeah, I think. Yeah, from what I can see, he had 3 for 22 after 1.4 overs. And then I think he got the other wicket. That's why I think he's got one more. Anyway, just being worked out now. Wherever Faraz Khan is on the ground, I can't see where he's ran off to. Because Sazad thought he was going to bowl the last, but I still think that needs to happen. So just excuse us for a moment while we're just getting this clarified. It's a pretty big deal because the bowler, if he hasn't finished his over, then he's got a chance to pick up a hat-trick. If he has finished the over, then he's bowled a terrific over, absolutely. And then we go into the 10th. And Royal Brussels looking to try to push the score ahead of where it is at the moment. I've got him at 114 for 9 on the bit of paper in front of me. So we just double checking this because it was 2 and 2. We know it was definitely 2 and 2. So I think it was 115 for 7, and then there was 2 wickets. So that would make it 115 for 9. Unless it was indeed. Looks like it was indeed the end of the over. So doesn't get a chance to have a bowl. There was just one little score missing there. And yep, I think it was a dot ball and a single that may have been missed. One of those was missed. Either way, it is indeed the end of the over. So it's 115 for 9. And Faraz doesn't get to have a chance at a hat-trick. Instead, Hossain's going to bowl the 10th. It's been hit around the corner, a couple of bounces, and just the 1 run. So yeah, just to repeat, there was I think there was maybe either a single or a 1 run was missed there. So it was just put in there, and it turned out it was indeed the end of the over, and that's why the scorecard was suggesting there was going to be 1 more to be played, but the umpires had it correct. Oh, almost hit straight back to the bowler there. Hossain almost helped himself to a wicket. Look at this in the reverse angle. Oh, it was a bump ball anyway. But good work to get behind that. 116 is the score on the board. Can they push into the mid-120s with a couple of big hits? Oh, not like that. Ali Naki, he's not out there for his batting. He's a frontline bowler. And it's on him to try to either get a single and get the strike turned over, or he's going to have to hit hard. He's got 3 deliveries here to try to build the score in the final over. It's full. He's played that pretty well into the covers. They're going to scamper through for 1. So that's not a bad effort at all. Shafi Obeid is saying Noor is still there. He's indeed still there. He's now facing. Good, very good indeed. Goes to the straight drive and can't get it past the bowler. Good dot ball, that one. It's a very good last over here. This last over has been worth only 2 runs. 2 runs only at a time when the Royal Brussels need to be going gangbusters. Last ball, the Indies coming up. Gets an edge, gets a thick, healthy edge. And that is going to run away for 4. So that's a nice way to finish. The score goes to 121 after the allotted 10 overs. And that's not a bad score. It gives the bowlers something to bowl with, something to play with. And Royal Brussels are going to feel that maybe they should have had more runs than that. But that is what they've got in the end. And for the 12 Stars team, I think they're going to feel pretty happy with that performance. I think they've done pretty well to restrict this team to a very gettable score of 121 for 9 after the 10. We're going to find out shortly exactly how much of a good score that is, because the run chase will start in for about 10 minutes time. In the meantime, let's run the videotape and have a look and see how this unfolded, considering that the Royal Brussels, they lost 9 of their 10 wickets. And they did score a few runs here and there. It was an innings of fits and starts, which you know, it's going to be very hard to win competitions when you've got you just don't have someone who can stay out there and make a lot of runs at a time. You know, sort of like a good 40 or a 50 or even a 60. That's what they're missing. They're just missing someone who can do that. Other teams have got players that you can look to and say, well, you know, you're the person who's going to do this. I mean, I'm thinking about the 12 Stars right now. Hossain and Khalid Ahmadi, they're going to be coming in. to bat in the next sort of half an hour. So they're the kind of players that we're talking about. Ali Raza, another one too. I mean, the guy strikes at around 240 whenever he bats. So someone like that who can come in, make a quick 540, doesn't have to be there the whole time, but someone who can make a sizable score, and it takes a bit of pressure off the rest of the batters. But for Royal Brussels, they have this procession at the moment, and you see them in the highlights here. So the batter's coming in, hitting a 6 or a 4, and then just getting out. And when we eventually get through the highlights and we see the scorecard, you're going to see that's what it's lacking. I mean, the highest score is probably mid-20s. I don't think I saw anyone get into the 30s. It was a good bowling display from 12 Stars too. Really good bowling display. Very disciplined in their in the way they go about their business here. This is their home ground after all, so they are doing quite well. I think that's a pretty good effort from them. It's a good looking ground too. The 2 football pitches, you can see the light towers there as well. The 6 light towers, 3 at one end, 3 at the other. The 2 light towers are right in the middle. That's why you do see the 2 shadows of the players when you're looking straight down the middle there. So there you go. That's exactly what I'm talking about. So the best score of the card is that 25 from Shiraz Sheikh, Jamil Saeed with a 24. Both of 12 deliveries, those ones. Again, you've got 3 players getting into, or 4 players getting to the teens. And then after that, really not much else to talk about. 6 wides in that total as well. 121 for 9 is the final score. Needed someone to kick on and belt a really quick 540 or even a 50 just to add that extra sort of maybe 20 runs to that score to make it a little bit more difficult. Wickets shared around there, and the one to talk about is Faraz Khan. He got the 4 for 23, and Ravi Tuplial gets 3 for 22. Both of those two, well, Tuplial, he was on chance for a hat-trick. For Faraz Khan, we thought he was on chance for a hat-trick. We even showed you the Hall of Fame because that's what we thought it was. And we found out that there was a bit of a scoring little hiccup, and it turned out he did finish his over, so he doesn't get the chance at all. But he got 2 in 2 at the end of his bowling spell, so well done to him. So 4 for 23 and 3 for 22 for those two. That's why the 12 Stars are going to be chasing 122 runs in about 10 minutes time. So come back and join me, Phil G, here for the European Cricket Network, and the action is going to recommence shortly. Don't go too far. Get yourself a nice warm cup of something if you're somewhere on the other side of the world where it's only 6 degrees. Rob Thompson talking to you. Or else get yourself something nice and cool and refreshing and get settled into your happy, easy chair. And we've got 45 minutes of exciting cricket coming your way. Under lights, Phil G After Dark here. That's a hashtag if ever I've heard one. And I'll be back here shortly. Don't go too far. See you soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and OneXBet.
Welcome back everybody to the run chase. We have got a score on the board of 121 from the Royal Brussels. That means 122 for the win. There's a bit to do for 12 stars. It's a bit of a tricky run chase, this one. I like to think that they should probably overhaul it, but still, it needs to be done. If the Royal Brussels, though, if they can restrict the 12 stars to 84 or less, then they're going to pick up all 4 points here, and that would be really big for them, considering they're on the bottom of the table and only 3 points to their name at the moment, so that'd be good. For 12 stars, though, if they get onto a heater, you never know, they could polish this off in 7 overs and they'll get themselves 4 points. You never know. So, we're going to restart in a few moments' time. The further players are heading out there now. The fielders are getting in position. The batters are out there as well. For Royal Brussels, get the feeling they're probably thinking they're probably about 15, 20 runs shy where they needed to be. But the proof will be in the pudding as we get through this and see how the 12 stars are going to go after this run chase. Hello to Trip Denny, who's just joined us in the chat. Sim as well, tuning in from Canberra. How are you both doing? Good to see you again as always. And everyone in the chat, good to see you all. I just get the occasional little whiff of Wi-Fi coming across the commentary area here. Had a funny old week here in the comms. We've had an igloo which fell on top of me twice. I've had no Wi-Fi, then I've had too much Wi-Fi. So much Wi-Fi I had to hand it out on Monday. But ever since then, it's sort of been dropping off a little bit. Anyway, the run chase starts in earnest now. It's going to be Razak to start proceedings. And he's met with a swinging blade that goes downtown for a Maximo. Ali Raza starts in style with a big smash down the ground. How about that for a start to the run chase? 122 is the target for 12 stars soft starter, and they'll be very keen to get these runs quick, smart, get the runs in, get the win in the bag, and then pack off for a very well-earned rest for the weekend. Well, I say well-earned rest. They're not going to be here on Saturday. Got no cricket on Saturday, but on Sunday they've got T20 action in their domestic competition, which I'm not sure if they're playing it here maybe before the evening matches. I'm not sure about that, but I know they've got T20 matches on Sunday. So Saturday is their rest day, and then they're back here on Monday night for more night series T10 action under lights here. So they've got a busy schedule, have the hosts, as most of the clubs do, because obviously the T20 competition is going on at the moment, and all these teams, I believe all these teams are all involved in that. So 7 runs off the first 2 deliveries. Adnan Razak in again. Good delivery. Just tries to chop down on that one and can't get anything on it. Sherzad here took a couple of catches in the previous innings as well. It was pretty bit of a live wire in the field. Had a bit to do. Almost took a fingertip ripper and just missed him by a few inches, that one, in the covers. Well, that's gone through the legs of the bowler. But it's been well backed up. As the players get around from the a long off position. Shakharai Safat, who batted pretty well for a bit of a cameo of 18 runs. He's got the duty at the he's actually come inside the inner circle now. He was back on the long off boundary. Now he's come into the mid off area. As Adnan Razak strays, gets a wide. It's funny to see someone living in Canberra and someone living in New Zealand talking about the temperature and about the time difference. And there they are, Rob Thompson and Sim in the chat. Good to see you both. Oh, now, he's taken that one on the hand. And he's really given that one a proper ringing. That would have not tickled at all. Even the bowler's gotten across. Razak's even got across and just said, "You're okay." I think he's going to ask for a bit of a spray too. He's taken the glove off and he's waved over towards the dugout. He's still looking towards the dugout. You can see him there in the centre screen. I think he's probably saying, "Look, end of the over. Someone run out and just put something cold on that, please." Finishes with the dot. And yep, Ali Razak immediately turned and started walking towards the dugout. He's going to want a little bit of treatment here, I think. There he is, getting a little bit of the magic spray. I had a song with Magic Spray. I remember a couple of years ago when I was commentating with Danny in Prague for something. I can't remember what it was, what the event was. I think it was ECS. As we see, 17 matches since the Golden Ball. Hold that thought. I'll come back to it in a moment. So 17 matches since the Golden Ball. So it's been a while. It's been, what, a couple of days now since Vinny was looking after the remote commentary in Malta. And out of nowhere, suddenly there was a Golden Ball. Amazing stuff that was. What a great game that was too. Yeah, I had a song about Magic Spray I made up on the spot. I was commentating with Danny. And if I could tell you a bit about Danny's expression when I was singing it, you'd know it was a terrible song. It really was not very good. I think he warned me about doing it again. And that is hit straight down the throat of skipper Manib, who takes a good catch. He looks down his hand. He's got some bandages on that left hand as well, but he's taken the catch for his team. And that's a big, big breakthrough. Ali Raza has to go after getting some treatment himself on his fingers. He's mishit that one, and it's gone into the hands of the kid. Oh, look how happy he is too. The captain takes on the boundary line, and he's very pumped about that one. That's a big body blow to the 12 stars there. And a big G up there for the Royal Brussels in defending this score of 121. Get a big hitter out of the way. There he is, Manib. He's been a live wire in the field. He's hasn't really done much with the bat. You'll probably feel pretty bad about that because he's the opening bat for the Royal Brussels. He likes to go on at the top. There's a really good clip that I saw on, I think it's on Instagram or on YouTube, or maybe on both actually. And it was Manib affecting a run out from that position, that mid-on position. And he's very quick in the field. He's still giving that hand a bit of a ring. It obviously really stung. Stumps have been hit. 2 in 2. Well, there you go. Sefat comes in and joins the party. Again, hits the wickets. The very dangerous big hitting Hossan has to go. He's usually a bit slow to get started, but once he gets going, he can build up with a big, big momentum. Instead, he's done. First ball. Look at this one. Angled in, straightened down the line as well, and it's cannoned into the top of off stump. Often leg get knocked back. Well, out of nowhere, it's gone from none for, now it's 2 for. And Shag Harai, he's on a chance of a hat-trick here as we have a look at the hat-trick Hall of Fame. And Ravi Thaplial there at number 18. Already had a hat-trick here in this series. There he is. So we may get another one here. Every opportunity as the new batter comes out. See if he can dig this one out and try and keep it out. So Manib chatting with his bowler, waiting on the field. Still inside the power play. It's only inside the second over. Rajput is out there. He's facing the hat-trick ball. Here we go. Can we get into the Hall of Fame? Very close to. Oh, what a ripper. That was a good ball. And Rajput just wanders off to the square leg area and then turns back again and says, well, I didn't know too much about that. That's really good pace. His bat was quite a fair way from it. Just needed to cut in a little bit further, but it was a good ball nonetheless. Could have had the player really trying to reach for that one. In again. That's coming into... Nope, that just misses the commentary area that goes about 2 meters to the left. But I was definitely been targeted there. Obviously, this talk about hat-tricks and that sort of business, rolling up the Royal Brussels team and rolling up the 12 stars. It's a good shot, though. Maximo straight down the ground. Rajput, after that, sees off the hat-trick ball and then he belts that one from Maximo. It's a good strike. Plays with soft hands this time. And the third man is outside the circle on the boundary line. He gets that one. Been a good over this. Really turned the game on its head. 2 for 7 so far in this over. 12 stars, they still need to be going at over 13. Well, not over 13, around about 13 and over to get the win here. Keep your eye on the bonus point equation too. 85 for that. That's been mishit. It's going to bounce once and go into the fielder's breadbasket there. Adnan Razak stands tall. Just didn't have enough momentum to go in for a catch there. Bounced quite a fair way in front as well. And that's going to be 2 overs gone, 18 for 2. And that is a terrific over from Sefat is bowled really well. 2 for 8 from that over. And suddenly, 12 Stars looking comfortable in that first over. And now they're scratching their heads a little bit and saying, well, what happened there? There's a fair bit to do here now. So is it going to be Adnan just watching there? Yep, Adnan's having a chat with his skipper. Just make sure they get the field ready for the last over of the power play coming up. High delivery that one, no ball signalled. I think there was no intent there. And Adnan even put his hand up and said, yep, sorry about that. My bad. Clearly. I look how high this one was. Oh yeah. And Shehzad is quite a tall fellow as well. So that puts paid to that. That was definitely a bit too high. And the free hit has been signalled. It scoops that one up, goes over the covers. It's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. Just moved around in the crease, got himself in a comfortable position, and has elevated that one. Watch this, a little bit movement forward, and then delivers it. Good blow. Doesn't really try to hit the cover of it too hard, but he finds the boundary, and that's important runs for the 12 Stars team. 98 now needed. It's the runs required to go under 100. 98 from 47. The rate required is 12.5. Nicely poised this game. That previous over though, 2 wickets and 8 runs in that previous over. Really good bit of pace bowling there from Sefat. Really enjoyed that. Shouts of yeah, you heard it. And they take the, just take the one. By the way, just need to give a shout out to whoever organised that pizza. That was perfect timing. That was a very good pizza too. There were 3 slices left in the box that I got, and they have been, well, pretty much demolished. Very nice, good thin crust. Anyway, enough pizza talk. Let's get back to this. Oh, that has been hit, and everyone's standing there watching where it goes. That has gone square and high for a Maximo. Gets a very thick edge, and it flies away. Valuable runs here for 12 Stars. Still inside the power play. Look at that. Good square drive, elevates as well. Just a couple of random people just walking behind the comms tent. No idea where they came from. Have to have a word to the our hosts here about crowd control. No idea who they were. Anyway, we continue. Just been pushed there towards point. The backward point fielder inside the circle gestures to the man on the boundary to come in and get it. The man on the boundary says, really? And then comes and gets it anyway. You can see a plane taking off in the background there from Brussels Airport. We're very close to Brussels Airport. It's probably about a 2-minute flight time. Not even that. Yeah, probably less than that. Probably about a minute flight time. And it's probably about a 20-minute drive. Looks like there's a jet heading our way. Going to hear it any moment now. Manib is there, the mid-off. He's got one of those nasty little bugs. He's just coming, oh, he's gotten away from me. I haven't had too much need to have the fly sorter out tonight for those who are keeping count. So the score is currently 0-0, but I'm ready. And there's one of those big ones just decided to land on my phone, and I didn't want to hit the phone. 33 for 2, last ball of the power play coming up. Hit hard through the hands of the fielder. I reckon that's gone straight through the hands. That hasn't gone over his hands, that's gone through. And that has gone for 4 runs. Red hot chance, hit so hard though. Shehzad living a bit dangerously here. As that jet flies overhead, you can probably hear that through the effects mic. And that is a nice shot. Runs away to that corner of the football field. So 12 Stars after the power play, 37 for 2. Still need 85 from 42. The run rate required is 12 and a bit. So the run rate, you'd probably say, is in hand. 2 wickets have been has fallen. That was all happened in the second over. I wonder if they're going to save the Royal Brussels skipper. Looks like he's going to save his bowler, Shakarai, for maybe a bit later. It's probably not a bad idea, you know. 19 off that over. Yeah, I really felt that that was sort of opening the gate a little bit there. And look at that in the Royal Brussels innings. There was no magical overs. And that's what they were missing. They were missing someone who could really take control and get really into it. So no magical overs there. We start the fourth now. Start with a good quick delivery there. Zahid steaming in there. Johnny here having a little chat with everyone, with Tripp about his time in Malta. And the timeshare in Malta for quite a while, didn't you, Johnny? Oh yeah, you actually just said it there, 30 years. And when I caught up with Johnny last year, he was telling me about that. And he's like a very happy expat living there in Malta. Well, you weren't living there, but you were visiting. But you look very comfortable. Like you knew the place like the back of your hand. So just dealing in singles here at the moment. Good tight bowling here from Zahid. And now he's been asked to do some shoelace duties. The batter just holding him down, saying, yep, not until you finish am I going to let you go. Rajput just asking for assistance. Both batters are currently on 14 runs. Both have faced 8 deliveries. So Shehzad with a chance to leap ahead of his counterpart here. The score is 38 for 2. Run rate required is 12.6. Good delivery. Almost cuts him in half. That was a ripper. Zahid bowling with really good pace here. Good variation too. Really does. He hurries through his over, but he's a bit of a thinker, and he's a very clever customer. Yeah, I'm liking what I see here. Encouraging signs for Royal Brussels. They need to try to defend this. Need to get a win on the board. That's shorter. And Shehzad just it's given a wide though, and a little bit of a nod there from the bowler. He understands. That was good. Often you see bowlers doing the two-handle teacup pose, but this time it's just a nod, like, yep, no, I've done that. 39 for 2, halfway through the fourth. Nicely poised this game. Dot ball. No, it's not a dot ball. It's a wide. This time he doesn't nod. He makes the expression of, ooh, really? Yeah, and then he acknowledges the umpire. Hey, watch this one again. Yeah, well, he's probably got a reason to pull that expression. I think the umpire was a little bit quick on the draw there. But, well, I guess we can allow one or two. I thought that was just a good delivery. Anyway, still 3 to come. Swings hard, and that goes over the top of the fielder there, backward point, and that's going to bounce a rate for 4 runs. Nice shot, that one. He does swing hard, does Shehzad. Really puts a fair bit into that. And often that edge, it's going to fly away. You see that a lot here, especially in T10 cricket. You get a fast bowler, you swing hard, get a thick edge, it's going to run away all day, every day. Unless, of course, goes to hand. But I've already seen so many Maximos being scored like that here at this ground. Just getting that thick edge and getting that elevation. This pitch has got some really good bounce too, by the way. It's not a very old pitch, so it's still very sort of like, hasn't settled yet. So you're getting a lot of good cushion and bounce. Well, this time the edge works for the bowler because he's hit it straight down the throat of third man, who accepts the catch. Gives a little thumbs up. And he's very happy. Now, don't tell me, is that Kogyati down there? No, it's not. No, that's of course not. He plays for 12 Stars. It can't be. Imagine if it had been. That would have been weird. It was Sheikh down there. So that is a really good catch from Shiraz Sheikh, who basically just stood his ground and said, yep, there we go, bang, straight to the breadbasket, done. So that is a big breakthrough. 3rd wicket falls. Shehzad was looking the goods there. And then, unfortunately, he's come undone. Well, unfortunately for the Royal Brussels, unfortunately for 12 Stars, for Royal Brussels, they're very happy about that breakthrough. short. And that is really the lovely shot from Sharma to start things off there. Just rocks back and pulls that elevator style. There was a little bit of Ricky Ponting in that shot too, by the way. Have a look at this. Tell me if you think I'm wrong. Just a little bit of Ricky Ponting there, that swivel around from that very famous Tasmanian. And he's put that one out of the ground. Nice shot to finish the 4th over. And the 50 up with that hit as well. 50 for 3 after 4. The current run rate is at 12.5, which means they're ahead of where they need to be. You see that white line there sort of went up at the first, then it dipped in the second with that double wicket. Terrific second over too, by the way. I've shouted that out a few times. I'll keep doing that because it was a terrific one. Now it's picking up again. That's where they need to go. Binge watcher saying I might be harsh, but umpire does need to wear specs at the night matches. Well, I'm wearing specs, binge watcher, so yeah, I see where you're going with that. And again, if I wasn't wearing these, I'm not sure what I'd be able to talk about. Short ball, just played down defensively. Wicket keeper does all the work. No one's taken the stumps at the keeper's end. You think that the team should be drilled for someone to run in and take the stumps in case there's a run-at opportunity, but they don't. Nobody ran in to take the stumps. Interesting. It's a little bit slack. As it turned out, wasn't needed. So Ali Naki with the job here. The bowling, the 5th. And pace. I said before when Ali Naki came out to bat, I said, you know, it's not his job to bat, it's his job to bowl. He came out and he respectively got stuck into it. So fair call, fair shout for him. 51 for 3, 12 stars. The required run rate is still at 12.5. It's that miss, hits that down the ground. Pretty easy work there for the fielder. Shakarai Safat, who bowled that terrific second over, fields the ball. Interested to see when he's brought back. Manib, the skipper, who's fielding over in the mid-on area. Interested to keep an eye on him and see whether he's going to give a signal to Safat and say, come and bowl your next over. If things get a little bit tight, he might bring him on a bit early. Be interested to see how that pans out. It's so funny, these insects. I know I've been keeping you guys updated on my insect swatting abilities, but I haven't had one really come at me tonight. And I think they're learning. Is that possible? Can insects be taught? That's been hit up in the air. Is it catching opportunity? I think the player's got it. Oh, that's a good catch. Came in and I thought, oh, Noor, what have you done? You've come in too close, and he hasn't. He's just corrected himself at the last minute there as it's come out of the lights. And he only had to do a minor correction and taken a good catch. Well done indeed. Noor Oyakel holds that one aloft. AFL style above his head. That's a big wicket too. Oh, you can see the body language of the 12 stars batter. Shake of the head as well. Rajiv Sharma, he knew he had a job to do, and unfortunately he hasn't done it. He's gone off, and it hasn't worked this time. Just elevates it straight in the air, and that's a very well judged catch in the end. Just came in a few steps and then realized as it's coming out of the lights, once it goes above the line of the height of the light towers, the players do lose the ball. And it's when it comes back into the lights, they see it, and you'll see a lot of players correct just in those last couple of seconds before the ball comes down. Ali Naki completes a terrific over for the Royal Brussels. That is now 5 overs gone, 53 for 4 on the board. He's successful in his over, only 3 runs from it as well. And the 12 stars now, they're staring at a run rate required of 13.8. And Royal Brussels have just got their noses in front right now. Have a look what's happening in Malta tomorrow. It is going to be the Croatian women visiting and taking on the Malta women. So that is the matches in pink there. The match 1, 2 and 3, Malta women versus Croatia women in the ECI action from the Master Sporting Complex. And the Estonia men are turning up, and they'll be hosted by the Malta men's team in 2 matches there in between the women's matches. So ECI action tomorrow, men and women. Make sure you tune in for that. It's going to be a great day of ECI T10 cricket. Played out backward point, just towards the boundary. There's protection down there, though. Yeah, good comment there from Johnny He. Just reminding a couple other chatters that the umpires do have those the walkie-talkies, and they're in contact with the tournament referee constantly throughout the match, and there can be corrections if needed. And that has been hit really nicely from Maximo. So Kogani is the new batter in, and he immediately gets on the board with a big Maximo off the second delivery he's faced. And he's put that one out of the ground. It's a good shot indeed. So he's got 6 from 2. Rajput, he's got 17 from 11. And these two need to hold it together. Don't expose the middle order too much here for the 12 stars. There could be trouble. And for Brussels, they're doing quite well at the moment. This match is really nicely poised. Just a step away slash. Doesn't succeed that time. Zahid's a bit too much of a cagey bowler to have that happen. Kev in the chat telling me that you played under floodlights on a tour game. It's so difficult seeing the ball. That was your excuse. Well, if that's your excuse, I suggest you stick to it, because I kind of agree with that. And that is a nice shot. That's well placed. There is nobody back on the boundary. There was backward point on the boundary, but not anymore. And that is exactly where that ball's gone. Would have gone to that vacant area. Have a look. There was someone out there about 2 balls ago. They brought them inside the circle. So either that was a good sight there from Gogani to see that, or just a bit of luck going the way of 12 stars. Either way, it's a 4 in the book. So 64 for 4. 2 to come in the 6th. 58 needed from 26 deliveries for 12 stars for the Royal Brussels. Got a bit of work to do here. Need to try to contain them here. Good dot. Good ball, that one. All counts. A few more of those. Get that scoreboard pressure back on the batters. Force the error. Getting towards the end of the 6th now. There's a bit of chatter around the ground. The fielders are trying to G each other up. The dugout, the 12 stars dugout's being quite loud as well. Real important game for both these teams. Gives a bit of a charge and just loses control there. Not sure where he was off to, Kogani. Could have just stayed in his ground and maybe done something else with that one. In the end, it's a dot ball. It's 64 for 4 after 6. Still chasing another 58 runs. So the run rate required is up to 14.5. Just remember, tomorrow night here, we continue with this night series, and it's night 16 of 14. Beveren are going to be in town to take on the Brussels Warriors. A couple of big matches there tomorrow night, double header. And can't wait for that one to kick off. Get to see Beveren once again. The ECL representatives of Belgium this year and back from in 2023. And Brussels Warriors who are searching for more points and more wins to push themselves up in the standings. Looking forward to that. It's going to be good. So join me, Phil G, here for that tomorrow night. Phil G after dark on Saturday night. How cool is that? Ali Naki to continue. It's a good idea this, getting Ali Naki back on. Now, there's a couple of these insects. They're actually just right in front of me on the table here. They're getting a little bit frisky and a little bit cheeky. So I'm going to start. I might have to hit the mute button because I'm going to have a bit of fun now.
Let's go, boys!
Okay, I've got 2. Naki in again. Short. Oh, good bouncer. That's a really good bouncer, that one. Whistles past the nose of the batter. The batter's asking, why isn't that a no ball? Well, it's not a no ball because it's got to go over your helmet, mate. Have a look some side on. Yeah, see, that's not a no ball. That's shoulder height. That's perfectly okay. And the batter should know them's the rules. Pleading for a no ball there. Well, he connects with that shorter ball. And that is going to be well taken. That's a really well judged catch. Skipper Manib, he's saying, guys, stay where you are. You don't have to run over. I've got this. I'll do a quick high five, even with my bandaged hands. And that is a bit of a celebration there. Very happy about that. but says to the team, get back in your positions. This job isn't done. Save the cheering until we get all done here. Paul Kempin in the chat. Paul, I'll just ask you, just be careful with those hashes there. It's not very professional. Don't need to be dropping little things like that in. It's not winning any awards. So Ali Naki there gets a good breakthrough. It's going to bring the skipper in now. This is an interesting time for the skipper to come in. He needs to settle things down here. Tapliao going to have to play a bit of a hand here. We're now into the middle order. Him and Kogiani going to have to try to negotiate these next 58 runs required. Let's see how we go. But I'd say that Royal Brussels, I feel they're pretty much in the box seat here. There's still plenty of time, don't get me wrong. I mean, the run rate required, okay, it's up to 17 just with these last dots, but they just need to be a little bit careful here. You know, a couple of sixes here and there, and you see what happens. But Royal Brussels definitely knows in front. Played with soft hands, guides it for a 4. Nicely played. It was short, it was wide. He could have gone for the big uppercut, but there was a fielder out there at the backward point position. Could have ran into play. He runs into play to try to save the boundary. If it had been elevated any more, it might have gone a bit more square and there could have been trouble. Well, Naki, his expression is telling us a story. He understands exactly what that ball meant. He needed to try to keep it in. So Naki's got one more to come in his spell. He's got 2 for 7. He's bowled a really good spell of fast bowling here. Manib and Naki are just organising who they want where. Just taking a little bit extra time. So they've got third man, a wide third man, and they've got a fine third man. So how about that for fielding position? So instead he hits down the leg side and it's going to bounce just in front. Only just in front. They throw the return in and it's just the 1 run. So clever from the batter to adjust and not fall into the trap of hitting it that direction. But at the same time, it got elevated, almost got straight down the throat of Shagarai. So interesting little moment here. Just a reminder, tomorrow night, Beverin and Brussels Warriors. Please join me here for that one. Saturday night under lights. Beverin, the ECL champions. I feel like I've got deja vu. Did I not mention this in the last over? And of course, Brussels Warriors will be here looking to add to their limits. Bit of chat around the ground here in these last overs. Only 3 overs to go. You'd have to say when the run rate required for 12 stars is at almost 18. It's looking pretty steep, especially when Safat comes back to bowl his second over. Goes straight through him. That's a good York length delivery. Tell you what, look at the body language and the way that the Royal Brussels are running around here. They sniff a good win here. They're very animated in the field. They're very chatty as well. This means a lot to them this match. Well, it's another dot. Just moves out of position completely there. And hello to Lance, who's joined us in the chat. How are you? Good to see you. Adion, you were there as well. Sorry, I didn't see you there before. Edged, and well, that was one of the third men who are out there, and unfortunately, it looks like it's is that Chazid who's out there? I think it is. He's completely missed that one. Yeah, Zahid has just let that one get through. I think it's Tortugued him, to be fair, though. It's just taken a little bit of a spin just as it bounced. So it's pitched and turned, and that's done him. Stumps everywhere. That's a great delivery. You miss, I hit. So Ravi Thaplial, he goes. Safat gets a third wicket now. He picked up 2 in his first over. He's got another one here. And that is pretty much the icing on the cake. And I expect to see the Royal Brussels get through this with a good win. Remains to be seen about the bonus point. I'm not sure how close we are. We're close to the bonus point. Just keep your eyes on that, because 73 for 6, they're only 12 runs shy of picking up 1 point out of this at 12 stars. I'm not sure they can defend. If Royal Brussels can defend 12 runs, that'd be quite something. But it looks like they're going to march on and get the win here for sure. That score of 122 is looking like they're going to defend it. Run rate required for the win is at 21. They've still got 4 wickets in hand. Still anything can happen. And you see the batter, Faris, just stepping the wrong way, stepping towards the leg side, and the ball is just out there in the bin. Well, not even fifth stump, it's much wider, but it's halfway between the tram line and the stumps. If you're going to step out to leg side, just make it so much difficult for yourself to play anything on the offside. What happens here? Almost a carbon copy. Animated shouts of, how's that? A possible catch? No, not to be. Instead, it's just the end of the 8th. Yeah, don't think it was anywhere at all. Maybe Safat just hoping out of hope just to maybe could add to his wicket tally there. Doesn't get any tickle on that whatsoever. So that is 8 overs gone. And that is 73 for 6 on the board. The run rate is under 10. It's 9.13. And you see that white line from the 4th over onwards, it's just dropping away. They were ahead of the run rate at the 4th over, and then they lost the wicket in the 4th and the 5th, and the 7th and the 8th, and that run rate is just dipping away now. The bonus point is only 12 runs away, so there's that. So 12 of 12 for 12 stars to pick up 1 point out of this game. There's 1 dot. Thanks, Lance. Appreciate the shout out. Very much so. I'm glad you're enjoying the commentary. I'm glad you hope you're enjoying the cricket as well. This is a good tight game, this one. Hope you're all enjoying the game. This has been a good tight match. It's going to be interesting to see who picks up the bonus point here. I get the feeling that the game itself is gone because the required run rate is now at 26 and a bit. Elevated, and that's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs, as indicated by both fielders and the umpire. Good strike nonetheless. Look at that, nice shot. So, you know what? Oyakal needs to. He took a good catch here in the covers. Been brought on to bowl the 9th, so maybe that's a bit of a reward for effort for him. He's going to make sure he doesn't let things get too out of control. Last thing was to have a very sort of like, like a magical over, like a 25 or 28 runs hit off your over. And then leaving the door open for maybe another 20 runs in the last or something like that. But it's, as it is, it's 44 runs needed from 9 deliveries, and that's looking like a bridge too far. However, the bonus point's still there for grabs. That's the old effort ball with a big grunt, but instead it was just a pretty regular slow ball. Well disguised. Rob Thompson reminding us that all happens in the 9th. It certainly does. Still a couple to come. So keep your eyes on the bonus point. 85 is the target for the bonus point. That's still 7 runs away. That goes up in the air. That's going to clear the infield only just. And a bit of a slide there from Ali Naki as he picks up the ball and fields it. And they get through for a couple. It was in the air for quite a while. And in the end, when you put the hand out, it did almost fall into the hand. That was extraordinary. I thought it was over the infield easily. It turns out it wasn't that easy. 80 on the board now. 80 for 6. 85 for 12 stars to pick up that solitary point. The win is pretty much gone now, though. It's been struck down the ground. Just going to be the 1-1 there. Tim Harmer asking, what days are there 3 matches? Tim, I believe it's Monday, Tuesday and Thursday next week. Not the weekend, definitely. I think it's those 3 days. I'll try and double check that for you before I sign off for the night. But I'm pretty confident they're the days where there are 3 games here. Obviously, we had the one yesterday. And then I think it's Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. 9 overs gone, 81 for 6 on the board. And I go to my handwritten notes just to help Tim with that. Yep, Monday is day 8. There are 3 matches. And if I can just turn this page. I think I've got pizza sauce all over my fingers. That's disgusting, Phil. Tuesday there's also 3 matches, and I'd be pretty confident that Thursday it's the other day. Yes, indeed. So Monday, Tuesday, Thursday next week, 3 matches on each of those days. And that's how we're going to fit in the 30 group games into 13 days. So good question, Tim. Thanks for asking that. Just so for everyone else's knowledge, that's what's happening next week. So on the weekend, 2 matches on Saturday, 2 matches on Sunday, 3 matches on Monday, etc. Good Yorker. Good delivery, that one. Nicely bowled. I think umpire just had a quick little word as the bowler went past there. I think it was all good though. Shot. That is a really good strike. Into the dugout area, into the dugout tent. Was that the dugout tent? Or was actually, that might be one of the ECN tents over there. And we've got some of our crew. Either way, I think someone would have had a bit of a wake-up call. Watch this. Yep, that's the ECN tent. Guys, if you're over there, please give us a sign. Let us know you're all good. Jamil has been taken out of the ground with that shot. It's an edge and taken. Fielder didn't have to move a muscle. Just stood there and said, I'll have that one. That's a good catch. That's Adnan Razak down there in that position. That third man takes a good catch. That's 87 for 7 now, this game, petering away. As Monica at Ramos Acostas joins us, good evening there, Monica. Or good morning for you. Always good to see you joining the chat there, Monica. And always good to see everyone giving you a wave and saying hello as well. Good to see everyone in the chat. Now that I've got some internet, it's all good. So that was Faraz Khan, who has dealt himself out of the game here. So still 3 balls to go. Stumps, knocked back. Syed gets another wicket to his name. He gets 2 in 2. And dare I say it, he's got a chance to get himself into the hat-trick Hall of Fame for 2025 now. That'll be the 3rd time tonight we've said that. There's been a couple of 2 in 2 wickets falling. There's every chance to get one here against the lower order of 12 stars who have, unfortunately for them, not had enough oomph in the tank to get over the line here. Rohan Ravindran just goes for a drive and is knocked over. It's 87 for 8. Hat-trick ball coming up. That's the replay, by the way. Just in case you thought that was the real live one. That was the replay. Here we go. We've got some catching people in. It's a hat-trick ball. Can Jamil get himself into the books? Oh, it's been hit down the ground instead. And that is going to go just to Manib, the skipper down there, who does the fielding. It was good for a moment. We had a short, very short third man, a silly third man, and a silly fine leg just behind the stumps there. Pretty much a slip and a fly slip. Sorry, a leg slip. Well, no one's getting that one. That is out of here. That is downtown and gone. What a good strike that is. And that is how we're going to finish the ball game with that strike here. Jamil Syed ends up with 2 for 13. The score ends up on 94 for 8. And for the 12 stars, there's disappointment for them because they have unfortunately fallen short by 27 runs. They weren't even able to get up to the triple digits. They did, however, secure the 1 point, so they get the bonus point. But the 3 points for the win goes to Royal Brussels. Well done to them. That's a really, really big one for them to get this win. Handshakes all around. A few happy people there in the Royal Brussels dugout. None more happy than that man, Manib, the skipper. I was watching the umpire. He's holding up the bails when they're flashing like red eyes. He's holding in front of his face. Sorry, I got distracted there. Beverin against Royal Brussels Warriors. Not the Royal Brussels. They're done now for the day. Brussels Warriors. And that's going to be the action tomorrow night. 2 matches there. Beverin versus the Brussels Warriors. Join us on Saturday night under lights. Phil G after dark. It's going to be fun to see those 2 teams going head to head as we roll the highlight reel here and we see what happened and how it all unfolded for the 12 stars to not get across the line and trip over just towards the end there. You can see they're just the dying light of day. bit of a pink purpley sky there, just as you saw in the earlier shot too. There may be a little bit of weather tomorrow. I'm sorry to be the bringer of bad news, but there could be a little bit of weather tomorrow. So it could be late in the day. It may affect one of our matches tomorrow night. But there is a cool change definitely coming. We've had temperatures in the high 20s, and I think we even had 30 yesterday, top temperature. So it will be getting quite warm indeed. What has been warm, but it's going to cool down. I think on Sunday it's back down to top temperatures around sort of 15 degrees. So I need to probably dig out my scarf to make sure I can keep talking through the next few days when the temperature drops. Anyway, this little highlights package here of wickets and boundaries coming your way, and a lot of wickets at the right time if you're a Royal Brussels fan, and if you're a 12 Stars fan, you're not going to see too many highlights here. That was a good, nicely judged catch. Barely had to move a muscle. One little shuffle to the left, and bang, in just like that. So there you go. And I can see some people in the chat saying good night. Thank you for joining us, everybody. It was wonderful to have your company again. I'm so glad I got a little bit of internet so I could chat with you all. Handshakes all around there on the screen. You can see a few relieved faces probably in the Royal Brussels lineup there as we have a look at that lovely drone shot of this ground. And that is a good-looking ground. Looking towards the commentary hut, you can see the what is it, the scaffolding, and then there's the tower right in the middle of the screen. And now it's disappeared. I was trying to picture just for a moment which direction that drone shot's from, but that's of course looking straight towards the commentary area from the batter's point of view. Have a look at the card there. So we've got a 21 not out to Kogyani. He can hold his head up high. Rajput gets a 17 and Shehzad 18 at the top there. Apart from that, not a lot to talk about. Only 4 extras too, 3 wides in that total. So disciplined effort there. A couple little sort of nervous moments for the Royal Brussels, but in the end, it was pretty comprehensive, and the bowling was really good too. Sefat here was my pick. 3 for 12. Just explosive bowling, so good. Ali Naki 2 for 8, and Jamil Saidi then they're 2 for 13. Sort of got thrown the ball when I think the game was already done and dusted, and rewarded his team and captain with a couple of wickets. And that's a pretty comprehensive win in the end. So points are shared tonight. Royal Brussels, they get a win. 12 Stars, Hostata, they had a win in the previous match. And I think both teams also picked up their respective bonus points for the games that they didn't win. So Royal Brussels, they beat 12 Stars by 27 points is the final margin there. And that is a match 11 done. That is night 5 done and dusted in the can. And we are out of here now. Don't forget, tomorrow we've got action coming to you from Malta. We've got action coming to you, or here later on tomorrow night as well. And of course, there's some T20I action for women in Prague as well. Beverin and Brussels Warriors are going to be here tomorrow night, so join me for that. And I'll be on from about 6:45, just before 6:45 Central European time for those 2 games. And that's going to be Phil G after dark, under lights. So I'm going to sign off for now. I'm going to go off and find out what everyone else is doing. Hopefully they're all packing up and getting ready to head off, as I can see people skirting across the ground, the players and officials. So thank you very much to everyone who's in the chat there. I can see Kev's still there. John Gray, thanks so much, John. Lance, good to see you drop in there as well. Rob Thompson, always a pleasure. Kev, Adion Tessaranda, and Trip Denny, of course, you as well. Paul Kempen, and who else in there? Johnny here. Have you disappeared already? No, there you are. And Monica Ramos Acosta, always good to see you. And everyone else in the chat. I know there's been a bunch of you guys in the chat. Max Reveal, you're in there as well, giving your boys a rev up too. So good. I'm glad to see you in there too. And I hope you've all had a lovely Friday. Tim Harmer, I haven't forgotten about you either. So I'm going to say goodnight. I'm getting the wind up from my director, and I will catch you all tomorrow. Stay safe, stay funky, and I'll catch you all tomorrow. Enjoy the start of your weekend. Cheerio.
my back.